I forgot to have the music display correctly, and the tiny icon of me in the lower right corner of the stream in the little taskbar is still based on my old design. I'm a fraud and this entire stream is a sham. Not really. The Calico icon down there is also technically out of date, but also it's based on a pre-existing like tiny Calico sprite, so it's like mostly fine. I guess she's generally brighter colors now, so it's still a little bit different. Computer hasn't been updated? Look, if I'm haunting the computer and I updated, it should update the taskbar, clearly. But anyway, welcome back to Final Fantasy XI. By the way, it is also rather strange hearing my voice talking with these fancy earbuds I have now. I have a different set of headphones once again. And also, I had to adjust the microphone stuff a little bit again, because when I looked at the Bomberman stream, there were parts where I laughed and it got cut out because of noise suppression. So there's no noise suppression now, but I think it should probably sound mostly the same. I don't know. So many minute details to think about. The stream will begin in just a moment, though. We have to go talk to Sid and his terrible teeth. But first, please sit here for just a little bit longer. Right then, hello. I don't really know the exact positioning my microphone should be in still, but it's probably fine. Hello and welcome. And also, hello Jindra, hello Aya. Hello all viewers. It's time for Final Fantasy XI. Enough of the relaxing tunes of Play Online. Because we're going over here now. Hello. Here I am in my barren house. Or Octavie's barren house. Doing very little. Somehow, every single chord always gets tangled, even when I do nothing. It just passively happens over time. Anyway, here we are. Since the last time, I've leveled up a number of jobs. I've unlocked a number of jobs. I have an abstract painting in my house that gives it a dark energy. I'm not kidding, that's actually happening. Which I think makes me better at desynthesis, but I don't do that anyway. There was a random quest in Windurst where some lady wanted me to model for a painting. So I did, and this was the painting. I guess it's very abstract. But it's supposed to be me, allegedly. I think it's called Ancient Blood. I don't know why that is either. But anyway, at present, these are our current job levels. This tiny UI. But the important part, I suppose, is that I am main class thief, or main job thief, sub job ninja at the moment. So I can dual wield, and I have 2 knives. Hooray. Also, I can leave my house from multiple different exit points. Because I've given children flowers should they taught me about the back alleys. Or something. But anyway, as I said, we need to go talk to Sid and his terrible teeth. Because last time, we collected a faded crystal as requested. But we have not yet turned it in. I don't know why I'm wandering over here when there is a perfectly good teleport crystal back over here. Ah, what's your fortune for today? Unfortunate.
Watch out when the wind stands still.
Be careful. I don't quite remember which of these home points is better for this, but okay. Doesn't matter too much. Maybe we'll get to ride the exciting real-time elevator. Everyone loves the real-time elevator. And if you love the real-time elevator, oh boy, just you wait. There's excitement in the future. Yeah, I chose the ground floor by mistake. But that's fine. I believe in an upcoming story quest, I will be required to go to the other 2 main cities. And while I can technically just teleport there, what I am instead going to be doing is pretending that I can't do that. And that means that there's a real-time boat ride in the future. So get excited for that. A little bit of a spoiler for you there. Alright, Sid. Here's your faded crystal that I got like a week ago. Good, you've brought back a faded crystal. As I thought, its pattern of deterioration is almost identical to the one found in Bastok. I just don't know what to make of all the strange occurrences that have been happening lately. I wonder if this has anything to do with the shattered telepoint we discovered recently. Oh, sorry, just talking to myself. Good job. You can... Oh, wait, can I ask you to do something else for me? Do you remember Volker? He came here when you were reporting the results of your first mission to me. It would be best if you could deliver this to him personally, but he's a busy man and hard to find. Give it to one of his mithril musketeers instead. Ayame and Naji should be on guard near the president's office. Either one will do. CL report. And yeah, I agree. It is nice for a game to be like smooth and convenient, quality of life and all that stuff. But there is a certain charm to older games and how they do stuff like make you wait for a boat that comes at actual scheduled real-world times. It's fun now and then. Alright, you. Real-world baking with realistic implications of overcooking. Or real-time baking. Well, it wasn't exactly real-time, but there was another game I streamed a little bit of, Cinnabunny, where you were allegedly running a bread business, and baking did take a while, and you were supposed to go out and do other stuff during it, and it could burn if you were too late getting back. But you could also turn that off as an accessibility option. So there are some games that have the concept of overcooking. I'm guessing this is a key item, so I can't trade it to you. A letter from the chief? What is it about? It's addressed to our captain. Let's see. I can't make heads or tails out of this. I'm sorry, but could you give it to Ayame instead? She should be on guard at the rear of this building. This kind of technical stuff's more her specialty. It's all mumbo-jumbo to me. Oh, but do me a favor. Don't tell her I asked you to, or she's gonna make fun of me again. This guy kinda sucks. I think Ayame is a trust I can get, but I haven't. Oh, maybe the rear of the building means inside of the building. There's someone over here, but certainly not Ayame. I'm not allowed to go into the president's office. Well, alright. Fortunately, I know another way I can help find this person. I forget if I've done this on stream, but there is a wide scan option, which you can use to, like, locate specific monsters, but you can also use it to locate specific people. Mikedo? Like the amphitheater? Huh. Zenobia? Like the ogre battle place? Huh. Okay. Cerberus? Like hell? Okay, that's enough. People sure have names around here. Oh, she is like over there, and I like walk past her. She's in a tower of sorts. Fair enough. Well, it's the shortest tower that I've ever seen, but it's still kind of the same thing.
Remember, to be Mikedo like amphitheater, Zebonia like ogre battle, and Cerberus like dog.
Zebonia is what you've said to me. I'm just going to let that sit there. It was Zenobia, not Zebonia. It is a pleasure to... Oh, you have a Bastok trust permit? I'm assisting the Juno Institute of Magical Studies in gathering data on this new trust magic. One of my duties as a ranking member of the Mithril Musketeers is to ensure that we're ready for any eventuality, and it is my firm belief that this new discovery may serve us well. It is my fervent hope that it will aid us in our struggles against the Beastman Confederate. If not, perhaps it can at least be used to assist with some of our more menial tasks. If possible, I would like to enlist your aid in this endeavor. But unfortunately, it seems this magic would require a bond between us, a bond we do not yet share. There are other things you must take care of first. I wish you the best in your efforts to protect Bastok. Oh god, there's like 3 different dialogues queued up for this lady. Let's get to the important one. Why are you about the Bastok trust permit again? Hey. There we go. You have a letter from the chief engineer? May I see it? This is a report on the investigation of the crystal line. It's addressed to our captain. This might mean our company is moving out soon. Thank you for bringing this to me. Your presence is very much appreciated. The chief is a little busy these days to do such chores himself. I must ask one thing, though. Why did you bring this to me and not Naji? He is also a Mithril Musketeer and posted closer to the entrance. Naji didn't look smart enough. Ayame looked more reliable, because I felt like it. I think Octavie is a little bit of a grumpus, so let's be rude. Well, he's always saying, I'm a fighter, not a thinker. The latter I may have to agree with. You're very perceptive. I like that in an adventurer. I guess I'll be seeing you around a lot more. Is that enough to get your trust magic? I think I have to get to rank 3. I suppose I completed the quest by turning that in, given the jingle. Or rather, the mission. Yep. Who's over here? Anyone? Romaldo. Romaldo, who is good at shooting a cannon. Shoutouts to Romaldo. All right. Oh, there's some sort of seasonal event going on where there's an elaborate, like, constant play where there's this prince trying to talk to this princess, and also there's people trying to seduce the prince, and I don't really know what's going on or care that much. But they do sure spam the NPC dialogue chat. It is something. Was it you who has missions? Is it one of you? It is you. So, weird oddity in the nation missions. You can skip 2-2, I think. You can just go to 2-3. But what is 2-2? You are to collect a lizard egg. Sure. I guess I can do that. Just for the sake of completion, I suppose we should go get one egg. One singular egg. Is there a survival guide or also a crystal there? I think there's only a survival guide. Senator Alois is in need of 1 lizard egg. Alright, sure. Why not? Everyone is entitled to 1 egg. I have no argument against this. It might be that some of the missions are just like, if this is like super basic, I'm going to have to assume that any other skippable mission is also not particularly incredible. So it might be worth actually just skipping things. We have a different healer now because of a Unity system that exists where you can sign up to be in a Unity led by an NPC, and then if you do enough stuff for them, you can summon them. That's just a thing. While we're here, let's also summon, I don't know, a giant tiger. Why the heck not, after all? There are so many trusts in this game. And at least one of them is a tiger. Who's very large. Speaking of the Unity stuff, I should go ahead and set the really basic Unity objectives of vanquish enemies, which we're always doing, and then vanquish enemies with the Unity leader. Now, naturally, those have to be for experience granting enemies, which I don't think anything in here is going to do. Cutscene? Oh wait, no, did I just immediately turn around and leave by mistake? I think I did. I did. Well, okay. I forgot how to walk forward and instead walked backwards. Try that again. Why are they appearing over there? Well, whatever. Make sure I'm going the right way this time. Yes, I am. I assume that the lizard egg is dropped by a lizard. I will proceed under this assumption. And these lizards are like too weak to be worthwhile. Yeah. So I didn't even really need to summon things, but I did anyway. Hooray! I don't believe I got the egg. More lizards must be destroyed. That was somewhere between exterminated and destroyed and like exploded. Many words could be relevant. Watch out for my awesome ranged attack. I missed. I actually have a ranged weapon with infinite ammo because it's a chakram and it just returns. There's a lizard tail. Could it be that the lizard egg is not as simple as it seems? Procure a lizard egg. It could be that it's not like kill lizards and it is in fact somewhere. Perhaps I was assuming too much. Any lizard type of enemy drops them. Okay, I was actually correct. I mean, there was a possibility that I'd have to go to like a secret lizard nest that was like all the way over here or something. So many things can happen in this video game. Also, I didn't realize that the chakram throwing weapon would actually have like a model. So that's fun. It makes my throwing animation look slightly less pathetic. Oh, it has an animation for like being caught too. My throwing skill is really low. I need to increase it, and it's not going to increase fighting enemies that are worth nothing. And it's also not going to increase what I miss. There's a lizard tail. So I think I just need to like buy throwing skill books. Probably. I'm getting a lot of tails. That's maybe something. Yeah, she doesn't know how to do that too well. Doesn't have too much practice with throwing. Yeah. Now imagine that animation without the chakram model. So it just looks like she's kind of like underhand tossing something casually. Like you do if you like were holding a book or something or your phone and you entered your bedroom and you needed to put it down, so you just casually tossed it on your bed or whatever. That's what her throwing animation looks like. The chakram makes it make a little more sense. Lizard tail. It is kind of funny to hear like 2 seconds of the battle theme. Lizard tail. I am still a thief, so I still have enemy drop rate up, and I wonder if I'm like accidentally getting more lizard tails because of that, and it's preventing me from getting the lizard egg somehow. Maybe there's some sort of complicated equation happening. Who knows? I certainly don't. What if I use my awesome skill? Maybe... Do I have... Oh yeah, I have Shadow Stitch as well. Guess I could put that on my bar at some point. I don't think I needed to summon any of these trust NPCs. There was just a chance I would have to wade into a more dangerous area where enemies would actually attack me. Or have any sort of threatening properties. Lizard tail. It'll be quite funny if this quest doesn't even result in anything and the guy's just like, thanks for the egg. And it goes da 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 da, and that's it. That'd be awesome. We're doing this not for the experience points, but for the experience. We have to know. I am realizing that Valenero has different footstep noises because of the armor. That's neat. You will give me an egg. I got a lizard tail. Let's just unsummon everyone. Sorry, you're all currently unnecessary. Wait, the tiger talks? The strength is... Your strength is all we were led to believe? Said the tiger in parentheses. Whoa. Yalkai, like, tilted a little bit while teleporting away. Oh yeah, battle music is different if you're alone in certain areas. That's cool. I guess that proves that. It makes it way more dramatic. Lizard tail. This makes the seconds of battle music even funnier for these lizards. Lizard tail. Especially with like the silence of the rest of the area. This is a funny video game, I think. Yeah, everything in here is too weak to be worthwhile, so I get no experience for any of this. Unless I go like way deep into it, and then there will be things that'll be like level 70 and kill me instantly. Which is very funny. The pranks of old video game. Wait, hold on. You see how she's holding that? There's clearly a part meant for being held, and she's holding the opposite end. She really doesn't know how to throw things. Like, look. Oh wait, no, it's on both sides. There's a part on both sides for being held. Oh, this lizard is like a level 2 lizard. They don't die instantly. No eggs? This is reminding me of ancient times. Way back in the day when I did a Let's Play of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And people kept bugging me to get the Chrysaegrim, Or however you say that. Chrysaegrim probably is more accurate. Some people just say Chrysogrim, I think. So at one point I was like, well, fine, I'm just gonna do a video where I do no editing and all I do is grind for the dang sword, and then I got it really quickly. And in these days, where I'm someone else who streams instead of making videos, there is no editing. And so the quest for an egg happens in real time, much like a boat would.
Chrissy Grim, this thing's just broken.
Chrissy Grim. That's how I'm gonna say it from now on. Back in the day when I made musical numbers, based on whim, I guess. Sometimes you just gotta sing. Where are these dang lizards? Have I deleted all lizards from the world? No, there's one over there. I need an egg. Perhaps next time a quest is skippable, it would behoove me to do so. But that's not the true 20-year-old MMO experience now, is it? Thought there was a lizard over here, according to my wide scan. Ah, they've moved up there. I remembered I have a compass in the corner. Surely this one will be the one that grants me the egg. Will this even work, like, to any degree? No. Thief doesn't quite work solo. They can't do any of their funny tricks too much. But that's fine. Maybe I can steal an egg. Oh heck, I actually stole an egg! Damn. I don't really want to think about how that works. Stealing an egg directly from a creature? Seems a little unsanitary. From its inventory. Well, maybe. Very funny that Thief came through in the end, but like, not in the way I was expecting. Anyway, let's go turn in that egg. We don't need to tell Senator Eloise how we got it. I guess it's kind of assumed that we got it by deleting a lizard. And also that's not incorrect. Okay, just because they're here, and it would be funny if I got extra eggs. Nope, I got nothing. How many lizard tails did I get? 11. Very well. Egg delivery time. Awesome couch. Someone just has a couch that they deployed there. Hello, Samantha. Welcome. We just spent a good deal of time looking for eggs for a skippable quest that was just give a lizard egg to a senator. I figured I had to do it to see it, just in case anything of substance was there. In the end, I had to steal an egg directly from a lizard with my steal command rather than getting it to drop. And that's interesting, maybe. But you didn't miss the egg delivery. Time to go turn in an egg. Arguably the most exciting part. And then we get to go on a long walk, because I'm going to pretend that I can't teleport for a minute, or for like an hour. This is not the president's office. This is the president's aide's office, which is in an entirely separate building, which seems a little impractical. But I'm not a government official, so what do I know? Iron Eater's not who we want to talk to. We need to find Egg Eater. By that I mean you, Senator Eloise. Good senators like myself take time to listen to the pleas of the masses, unlike our young and inept president. That seems promising. I will give you an egg. Cutscene. Oh, you've brought me a lizard egg. I just love these cooked. This is very important to the safety of Bastok. Yes, it's imperative that you do not tell anyone that you've brought this to me. You've proven yourself to be a great patriot. I will be following your career with great interest. Senator, sir, you still haven't handed in your orders regarding... Iron Eater, what are you doing here? I'm in the middle of a very important... Lizard eggs again, sir? How did you know? I mean, get out. It's going to spoil if I don't cook it. Bon appetit, sir. Just hand in the papers to one of the musketeers as soon as you're done. I guess we did have to talk to Iron Eater. Eggs are going around secretly. Tell me, do you not sometimes wonder if these missions are truly worth your time? Yeah, I do. You're an honest one. But it's not something you should say to a Mithril Musketeer, especially when you're near the President's office. Either way, there's no question that you've done a great deal for the prosperity of Bastok, and that you will in the future as well. I must try to do the same. See, we get a story cutscene out of that. It really was mostly just like, thanks for the egg, and then the victory jingle. But like, you can't just skip giving a guy an egg despite what the guides say. You can't actually just skip that quest, if I hadn't mentioned that recently. But anyway, now for like the important one. Yeah. No Nekomata in this game. Or any other two-tailed cat creatures that you may know of that I don't. In fact, I'm not sure if Nekomata always have two, but that's what I see. That's the two-tailed cat creature I know about. Sometimes it's one that branches into two. Oh yeah, I guess Espeon does do that. The Emissary. You've acquired quite a reputation. There is a new mission for you to tackle. First, speak to Sir Naji of the Mithril Musketeers at the President's office. This mission is of great import to the welfare of our nation. Do I have to speak to that guy again? I guess so. Nekomata always have two, Bakaneko or single tail. I see. Fair enough. Good to see you again. I hear you're going overseas. Usually I'd be giving you your orders, but this time the President's aide wants to meet with you in person. People are emoting at each other. I don't know if the missions you've been on so far were tough for you, but this time I'm sure it's going to be a real challenge. I mean, you're gonna have to go to both Sandoria and Windurst. It's not like going somewhere nearby like Gostaberg or the Kronstadt Highlands. You'll have to travel by sea, too. This is the President's room. Remember to be polite. Oh, and make sure you don't say anything that might offend him. He's really touchy. Ah, we have been expecting you. I remember meeting you after your first mission. Let me introduce you. This is Sir Karst. President Karst. That is how you will address me. Lucius, what was that about a first mission? The report from the Zerun mines, sir, about the Tailkeeper. Those Galka again. I was not informed you'd met with the messenger, Lucius. I did not feel it was necessary to bother you with such trivial matters, sir. President, Lucius. My apologies. I'm sorry for not having informed you about the Galka, Mr. President. No matter. Here are your orders. As you know, there are 3 other nations aside from our own in Vanadil. The Kingdom of Sandoria, the Federation of Windurst, and the Grand Duchy of Juno. Juno is still professing neutrality, so I want you to go to Sandoria and Windurst. It does not matter which you go to first, so long as you go to both. We'll give you a letter of introduction, which you will present to the consuls in both nations. Any questions? No questions. Good. Lucius, the letter. This is your letter of introduction. Present it to the consuls, and they will give you further instructions. Those are your orders. Depart quickly. You are dismissed. What is this? A matter of import unrelated to the previous incidents you were involved in? Ah, you seek Lion. Of course I know her. Oh yeah, I guess I do. The one who strong-armed her way in here seeking an audience, right? That's right. I remember Lucius speaking with her a great deal. Quadov's this, Quadov's that. 'Tis a wonder I did not pass out from the tiresome repetition. It simply would not do for me to trouble the president with this matter, so I answered her to the best of my ability. And what's your connection with her? Ah, and you expect she could provide you the answer. Unfortunately, you'll not find her here. My understanding is that she departed some time ago, bound for either Windurst or Sandoria. Perhaps you'll come across her in the course of your activities. Just sort of like tripped down the steps there. How'd it go? Did the president nag at you? I still can't believe that Chief Sid actually backed that guy during the election. Oops, you didn't hear that from me, okay? You didn't hear me say that, okay? I gotta go. Good luck on your mission. What do you mean you gotta go? That's your post. You stand there 24/7. Anyway, like I said earlier, I could just teleport here because I've actually been to Windurst and Sandoria already. But for the sake of authenticity, the authentic experience, let's pretend that I haven't and instead walk there for fun. Cause like the journey is a key part of importance. I'm looking at the two tails that are here, and considering the idea that if this were a single entity, the layout of the two tails would be interesting. They're not typically arranged in a vertical fashion, but what's going on here is that there are two Mithras standing in the exact same position, but one of them is shorter than the other one. They also appear to be wearing the exact same thing. Highly possible that this is a multi-boxer or something like that. Because that's a thing you can do. You can just have like 6 accounts and control your entire party yourself. If you want to. Some people do it. Sounds very complicated. Now, I guess the question is, do we go for maximum authenticity and walk? Or do we go for like a compromise and use a mount? Because I have those now. Perhaps a mix of both. I don't know when this game added mounts, but they do exist. They're in your abilities, and I have 3 of them. The first one you unlock is a raptor. Also, there's mount music. There's no way to disable the mount music. I've never actually listened to it because there is a thing that allegedly disables it, but it actually just removes all music when you're writing a mount. So it's like arguably worse. But what about apparently there's a cooldown. Well, I guess we're walking. I was going to show the other ones that I have. I guess there's a cooldown. Oh, there we go. Crab. It does feel rather Dragon Quest. It's also a little bit like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance or Final Fantasy 12 in some parts of it. A little Evilisian, perhaps. Gah! That was the part where I abruptly stopped the music before. It suddenly gets like much louder for like a tiny amount of time because they add an extra instrument. That's quite silly. Octavi is far too serious for this crab. That would be fun. Some sort of fantasy RV sounds fun. Yeah. A caravan of enchanted carriages. You're asking for fantasy MMO Oregon Trail. Perhaps. I believe this is the correct direction. We're going to go to Sandoria first, taking the long walking route. I've always thought Fantasy Oregon Trail would be cool, but no one has ever, like, tried that, to my knowledge. Fantasy Dysentery would not be... I wonder if that'd be better or worse than regular. Probably worse. Anyway, the third mount that I have is a cool robot. Possibly the one that fits the mount music the least. Simply labeled as doll. I'm interested in the Puppet Master job, so I figured it would be thematically appropriate to get this one. Apparently mounts can just cheat up some slopes. Very Skyrim-like activity. I will forever associate cheating up a slope with a horse with Skyrim only for some reason. Even though it has happened before and after. Anyway, I wish I could not have the mount music and have the area music instead. But I think I'm just gonna walk for maximum authenticity and also like taking in the scenery, relaxing. I just like existing in this world. And walking through it, you know? There's something charming about Vana'diel. Even though I didn't play a lot of 11 when I was younger. Something charming about this era of video game in general, perhaps. Last time we wandered a little bit. We went through some fields and a swamp and stuff, and that was lovely. We're going to have to go through some highlands and then a forest to get to Sandoria. And then after that, we're going to have to go back to the desert, which I probably will teleport to since I've been there on camera. And then we'll have to take a boat, which will take up to 30 minutes because it's a real-time boat experience. And then we'll have to hike through some grasslands to get to Windurst. It's weird that the forest city is in the middle of like desert grassland type place, but that's just how it is. Here's the Kronstadt Highlands. I think I was here a little bit on camera, but I forget. There are these points, there are these big buildings that are like labeled as crags that have a warp point at them. In the early days of the game, my understanding is that the teleport crystals weren't a thing, and the survival guides weren't a thing, but these teleport points were, but you had to have like warp scrolls or someone who had the appropriate white magic to teleport you to specific locations. You can still get that white magic. I don't think there's a way to teleport to the crags without those spells or the corresponding items. And also, you have to go poke it in order to have permission to be teleported there. So... Speaking of nothing in particular, I do have ninjutsu. But I don't have any ninja tools. I was thinking about that because of how we're walking through areas and how ninjutsu is one way to get the invisible and silent buffs. Yeah, the idea of a specific class having the teleports is kind of fun. I think maybe Tree of Savior does that. That's a game I tried once long ago and was looking at the vast array of jobs available in it recently out of curiosity. I don't think I've heard anything positive about that game, but the job selection is interesting. One of the available jobs in Tree of Savior is clown, and I'm not making that up. Also, you take like 4 classes at the same time. You like start with a beginner one, and then you get like 3 extra of any job type, I think. Because there's like categories. But the reason I bring that up, well, is partially because I think they might have teleports, but there's also specific classes that are the only ones able to like set up player shops and stuff like that. Or at least they have a special way of doing so. Interesting concept. You played it a while ago, it got very boring and repetitive. Yeah, that's basically what I've heard about it, I think. It's about what I'd expect. It also apparently is one of those games where like they speed you through the early game now, so you like wander over to a monster, hit it once for 17,000 damage and gain 29 levels or something like that. At the very start of the game. Which is always a little off-putting. Like, I get the idea, but come on. Cut it out. Am I going the right way? I might be. I might not be. I think I am actually going the right way, technically. I just have to go back to the desert town to like go to either of the places I meant to go. So I could have teleported there as a starting point, but still. It's nice to just wander through the realm. Here's a fun fact while we're here. You might notice the very small icon in the lower left of a rock. Or you might notice more obviously that we're in the middle of a sandstorm. And that's because the way the weather in this game works is that there's a weather for each element. And I believe the elemental weathers do actually affect like the damage of different elemental spells. And in addition, the quest to unlock Summoner requires you to first get a Carbuncle's Ruby to drop from any leech enemy. And then after you show it to a specific NPC, you have to have it in your inventory and walk into an area featuring each of the weathers. So like, and then you get a little cutscene. I've already seen a sandstorm with the ruby on hand, so we didn't get one this time. I think I only need ice weather now. But you have to like collect the entire weather rainbow. Fire is red. Orange in this case is no weather, or like sunny or clear skies or what have you. Oh yeah, I think I did walk through here on stream because I pointed out the windmills before. Yellow is the earth sandstorm. Green is high winds or gales, which is the wind elemental weather, of course. Then you have blue, which is water or rain. And you have the light blue, which is the ice. And then purple is lightning, and so on. I think that's it. I'm going the wrong way. But yeah, class unlock quests are interesting. I've done a few of them so far. The classes I've unlocked have been, I suppose, Paladin, Ranger, and Ninja. So I can talk a little bit about how those work. The Paladin quest, you have to do a series of things in Sandoria where you're like proving yourself to be a capable squire, and then knight. And like, it's a lot of the things feel a little bit disconnected and random, but you have to like adventure into some specific caves and collect some spring water and stuff. The ninja ones, you have to find a guy in Bastok and witness a scene where his daughter is upset that he will not let her have a cool knife that was like her mother's. And you learn a whole little backstory about how the elder daughter of this guy went off to become a samurai, and the mother was like a ninja assassin. And like someday maybe she will inherit that path if she chooses to walk it, and so on. That was a bit more of a little story. And then Ranger in Windurst, there's some Mithra praying to nature, and they tell you that you have to like go learn to observe and become one with nature. And what this means is that you have to go into a specific cave, and there's a pile of like tiger bones there or whatever, and you have to examine them, and doing so causes an old tiger to appear. And it's an enemy, but you can't fight it. If you fight it at all, you have failed. You have to sit there and watch it die from a damage over time tick that's really slow, because it is dying of old age. You have to watch a tiger die of old age and then take its fang. So there's quite a variety in job unlocks and stuff. It's interesting. Here we are in the desert again. I believe we've been here on camera as well. I'm not sure if everything here will ignore me. Possibly. There are, of course, a bunch of other jobs that I don't have yet. I wanted to unlock and try Dragoon, but you have to be rank 3 with your nation to do that, and I wasn't there yet. That's what we're working on at this very moment. Maybe I'll unlock Dragoon on camera. I don't know. Dragoon seems funny in this one. They have a little wyvern companion, like a tiny little guy who just sort of does stuff on their own. And they also have a lot of different jumps. They have like 6 different jumps, and they have a button that's reset the cooldown of all of your jumps. So they do be jumping a lot. And they do, of course, also have proficiency with spears or polearms. So I'm not honestly sure how many different weapon types are viable in the end game, because I've read that like one-handed swords just completely dominate the meta. Am I familiar with the 2-hour cooldown skills? I know that they exist. I know that I have that you start with like 1-hour cooldown skills, and I think you get the 2-hour ones later. Like if I go into my abilities right here, I have a perfect dodge, which allows me to dodge all melee attacks for a time, and that's my 1-hour skill. Oh, wait a minute. I'm Thief. I can move faster. I forgot. Who needs a mount? Oh, the 1-hour things used to be the 2-hour things. I think there are also 2-hour ones, though, is the thing. That happened later. Probably can't use Thief, or can't use Flee too often. Yeah, it has a cooldown of like 4.5 minutes after letting you move fast for a tiny bit. Oh dear. I think the dragon summoning cooldown is still like 20 minutes. But it's like, I don't know. That seems a bit rough. Out of the 2-hour abilities that I've seen, Paladin can become completely invulnerable to physical damage for a time. Thief can dodge physical damage for a time. Ninja dies. That's not a bit. Ninja's 1-hour ability is to die. It does a lot of damage to your target, but they've sacrificed themselves and just fall over. It's very funny. Not advisable without a backup plan, I would imagine. Ranger just has like one attack. They just do like a big attack and that's it. They fire a big shot. They have the chance to do it every 1 hour, I guess. It's not that impressive. Anyway, now we're in Lethane Plateau. I don't think we've been here on camera. So what we want to do from here is work our way all the way up to Ranfar. What other... Oh, White Mage has Benediction. You may remember Benediction from Final Fantasy XIV, except I believe it targets the whole party and heals them this time. I don't quite remember what everyone else does that I have access to. But we're starting to get into the more like wooded foresty area of the game. I like this. We're not like in the forest proper. We're working our way over there, but the area gets more like wooded. as you get closer to it. Like, this is like the outskirts of the forest. And it's cool that the area sort of like makes sense in that way. It's just a nice little touch. We also have funguars over here. The mushroom frog creatures. More bats. There are always bats. A really weird looking moon in the sky that I've just now noticed. Why does it look squashed? That's a good question. But this one's, oh, that's just because it's not a full moon. This is actually a really regular moon, and it's that shape because it's not a full moon. That actually makes a lot of sense. Never mind. Oh yeah, we have orcs. In this case, the orcish cannon fodder, I assume. This is a type of creature that is not in 14. Hello, friend. I like how nothing is attacking me because I'm too high level, so it's just all really chill. More worms, of course. Every area has like a beastman type of creature that is not in 14. There's a lot of them actually. Like, the orcs are kind of like that, though they're not really, like, they play the role of that. They're not really very beast-like, I suppose. There's also like the Yagudo. They're like a different sort of bird people. There's ant people with Roman legionnaire ranking for some reason. Or not even like legionnaires. They're all the different clans, the different classes of ant-man are like different types of Roman gladiator. My first thought when I saw them was like, okay, the Nath are cool, but why didn't we get ant people? There's also the Quadav, which I think we saw a little bit of, that are like turtle people. Like, they're all sort of roughly equivalent to ones that are in 14. Like, the Quadav are like close to the Amalja, based on like their region that they're in and their design. And then the Yagudo are kind of like the my brain is blanking. The ones that are near Gridania and some in Garuda. That one. I've forgotten what no, that's not it. The Ixal. I was gonna say like the Quetzal, but that's just like a bird. The Ixal is what I was looking for, yeah. Oh, we've got like a little abandoned remains of a structure over here. That's fun. Oh, also, I've just noticed we now have the high winds or gales weather that I mentioned earlier. It is now green weather. Visually, it is rather similar to the sandstorm, I suppose. Not dream weather, green weather. Green like the color. Is my microphone unclear? Is something with my audio going on? Oh, that's just you? Okay. It's the green weather because it's the wind elemental weather. And also there's a quest where you have to collect the rainbow of different weathers that exist. Also, I have no idea where the console in Sandoria or Windurst is, now that I think about it. But, like, that's gonna be important, I guess. There's also some trust NPCs I can get now, apparently. So every 5 minutes you get to move faster for 30 seconds. That's what flee is, I guess. Fair enough. Hey, who the heck are you? Nothing to report. Okay. Fair enough. Almost to run far. Run far. Prepare for music to happen again. Since we're in the outskirts of Sandoria in a moment. Even though I barely played this game, the Run Far music in particular is like a very strong sort of nostalgia. Possibly because I watched the Vana'diel live, like just camera that panned over the world. And it's just a very nice theme. Hello, Atomos. Atomos. We'll get to you later. A weird sound might have happened. I might pick it up anyway. Regardless. I love this theme. And now we're in the forest proper. As I said, we were sort of on the outskirts with like a different sort of tree. And now we're in the woods. I got stuck on a tree branch. We just need to sort of head north, cut through the mountains and stuff, and we are able to go directly into the city, I think. There's a little campfire over here. There's another player character walking around with their squad, and they were named I Drink Windex. I can't officially or unofficially endorse drinking Windex. I would not recommend it. The names of other player characters do not reflect the opinions and endorsements of this stream. And there's a skeleton. Apparently they have skeletons around here. Now, Sandoria is the region where they sort of expect Elvan to start, I think. Whereas Bastok is more strongly associated with Humes, and Windurst is more, and Humes and Galka. And then Windurst is more strongly associated with Tarutaru and Mithra. But you can put anyone wherever. So we're going to Elf Town. It's a little bit like Ishgard, but not really. Actually, Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 Ishgard, before all the snow, was probably a lot closer to Sandoria. Mouse bat. Bat is already like a flying mouse. I don't know if we've gotten a close-up look at the bat model. I think we have. But I just want to put them into the screen for a second here. Look at them. Certifiably a creature. That mouse bat. Deeply concerned about the issues. They did look kind of concerned, I suppose. Also, with the passage of time, I guess it took us like a full in-game day to walk from point A to point B. If not more. But there it is. One of the other starting cities. I can also say, after having visited all three of the starting locations, the one guide that I saw that said Bastok is like way easier to navigate may have been exaggerating a little bit. I don't think the other two are that troublesome. They're just a little bit like larger in scale and winding. Bagpipe time. But this is the layout of Sandoria. This particular like I said, this was kind of like Ishgard, but this particular sort of layout feels very Ul'dan. Just like sort of like the wings and pathways and stuff of it all. There's a juggling cat. That's pretty good. And if you were concerned that Octavie didn't sound enough like a ridiculous French adjacent name, we have plenty of those in Sandoria. Like Abayart and a fog. I think the names of Elvan in 11 are worse than the names of Elizin in 14. For the most part. At least it's quite possible. And at the very least, they're at a similar level. But I think they're overall kind of worse. So the Chateau de Oragil is where I was not allowed to go with a lower rank. Perhaps I'm allowed there now, I don't know. Okay, there's a lot of, like, reasonable names, perhaps. Aleska, Matilde, Anilla, Kazvane. Not too bad. Kickflip. That's another player, but still. Oh, I'm not allowed in. Still, okay. Not allowed into the... Okay, but then we have... Einuvensand? And we have, like... Peripigyon? And, Yugbalian? They sure have names. So, I guess I'm not allowed in there, so that's not where the console is. There's a cathedral. That could be something. It really is this card. There's a cathedral in it. That's the only qualification necessary. Ah, the Bastok consulate, specifically. It's like a... Right. I think that's probably easier to find. It's probably marked as such. Hey, what's up? Have I heard of the Goddess of the Dawn? When the gates of paradise open, the Shining One will lead all Sandorians into her celestial utopia. Only the Sandorians. This is a quest. I have to collect holy water for them, I guess. I've never gone in here. Well, they actually have like a manuscript room. I feel like that's a detail that most video game cathedrals and churches and whatnot would not have. Halaviabo. Obergut. A full-on Cimeriard. Welcome to the part of the stream where I just read elf names at you, I guess. Interesting. You like a good elf name? Do you like a bad elf name? They get Ellison names in 14 by handing the script to the French localizers. Interesting, if true. Perhaps the ones in 11 are the result of them not doing that. Or maybe I just don't know anything about medieval French. The way I named Octavie here was I just looked up French names and went down a list until I found one that I liked that wasn't used. And I like Octavie. Oh, there's the consulate of Bastok. It's just right freaking there. It is in fact labeled. Marcille is Italian? Is that just like her name is Italian, or is she like Italian in some other way? Is she Italian in the same way that the character in Etrian Odyssey Untold is Canadian? Is Dungeon Meshi a post-apocalypse situation? Presumably not. You're here with business from the administration, correct? You should probably talk to Consul Halaku. Really? You don't say. Thank you. Hello, Lion. Directly from Final Fantasy X-2. With that sort of outfit and design. You've come all the way from Bastok, have you? I'm Lion, a traveling adventurer, you might say. Okay, so she's fantasy Italian, but like not... There is just Italy, I guess. Have you heard? The orcs have a new forward base in Gelsba, to the northwest. Now their greedy eyes are turned towards this land. Orcs are cruel and violent. They attack wayfarers on the road and steal children, all to inspire terror in the Sandorian people. But there's one thing that just doesn't make sense. Orcs never were known for their craft, but they carry even better armor and weapons lately. I suspect there's someone behind the orcs pulling the strings, if you get me. Oh, did you miss the orcs? Yeah, we passed by a bunch of them on the way here. I'm sure we'll see more of them. Someone has to figure out their plans and take action before this country falls to an orcish invasion. People whisper in the streets, trouble in the royal house. They should focus on what's outside their walls first, if you ask me. Okay. Well, I don't expect things will be getting any easier around here for a while yet, but you take care all the same. Poke emote. There's something else? You see, my father told you to seek me out. I've been trying to figure out as much as I can about the strange portals that link our Vanadil to another dimension. But we've got other problems to deal with first. Let's worry about it once we've finished our current mission. I'll meet you at the Crag of Hala and Lethane Plateau once we've got that burden off our shoulders. Or we could catch up at Dem or Maya if that's preferable to you. Remember to see the missions posed to you by your home nation to completion first, though. Nod. That nod made my knife move around for some reason. Orcs are in some other Final Fantasies as well, I believe. I think they're in 9. There's definitely ogres in a number of them, which are like similar. Oh, and yeah, like Raccoona being the Princess of Ontario, more specifically, is pretty good. I think Raccoona is her name. It's been a bit. Hello there, I'm the consul from Bastok, named Halaku. You must be tired from your trip, but first let me get you up to speed on the situation here in Sandoria. Northwest of the city is an orc village. They call it Gelsba Outpost. Our reports tell us that the orcs are using Gelsba as a forward base for an upcoming invasion of Sandoria, but there's a few things that just don't fit. We all know that orcs are beastmen, right? To say they're low on brains would be an understatement. Yay, fantasy racism. Which is why I wonder how they came by the high quality armor and weapons they've been using, not to mention the ranged weapons and devices. I don't know if this game does anything with the beastmen where they're like, actually they're pretty smart, like 14 eventually does, or if this is just a game from the era where they're all like, always evil and dumb. But I'm going to guess probably the latter, unfortunately. Oh, I didn't notice there was a YouTube comment. This is the retail version of Final Fantasy XI. Hello, Civic Kid. And the server is Bahamut. I've only started playing recently. I never really played this game too much in the past, and I've decided to experience it now. Anyway, orcs have high quality weapons and armor, and ranged weapons and devices. We suspect there's someone behind the beastmen calling the shots, but we've no idea who. I wish I could send you to Gelsba immediately, but in this region, official missions require Sandorian approval. What I want you to do is go to Chateau de Oragil and speak to Mondarles Halver. He'll issue you a formal mission order. Glad to help you pass the time. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. Leave this building and you'll see a great fortress to the right. That's Chateau de Oragil. And be polite, Sandorians can be quite touchy. Okay, now we're allowed in the fancy house. Understood. Before we do that, though, I think now is probably a good time for a little break. It'll be a few minutes, not too long. And, well, yeah, I'll just leave you here and you can enjoy the bagpipes, I suppose. Hello. Enjoying the bagpipes? I'll have to take another longer break in maybe about an hour or so, but for now, we can at least go to the big fancy elf house and see what's up. Mithra names are also a lot different from Mikote names, by the way. Like, we have Shomo Pochachilo here, apparently. There's a boy crying by the fountain, apparently. Some of the names that NPCs in this game have are to the point where, like, the randomly generated ones that they get by scrambling your username and adding to it don't feel too far off. Like the Mithra that I had that the game gave the name Haihore Halobi is actually kind of like correct. Prince Royal Tryon the First de Oragil's room. Or maybe that's just an I. Oh boy. Fancy royalty, how I see. I was instructed to speak with you, I believe. An adventurer from Bastok, are you? Well, you have my respect from coming all the way here. But know you this, our kingdom of Sandoria has no intention of showing a friendly facade to either Bastok or Windurst. How you classless mobs could ever think to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Elven is frankly beyond me. Hey, first of all, I also have the pointy ears. But anyway. Yet on you come, impertinent, stuttering shrimps, lumbering oarheads, purring furballs. It's simply unacceptable. But enough of that. Here's your mission. Infiltrate Gelsba outpost northwest of Sandoria. In the middle of the Gelsba camps is a place called the Highland Encampment. We want you to defeat the camp head, a war chief Vadgit. You'll find the encampment a little ways into Gelsba. Go in, cross the river, and you'll see the camps up on a ridge to the east. When you've finished, if you aren't orc fodder, report back to your own consulate. We don't take kindly to foreigners loitering around the chateau, if you get my meaning. The orcs aren't so much of a problem that the kingdom need worry about sending our knights. Out knights, let the adventurers clean them up for pocket chains. That's our policy. You look as if I've asked you to capture a ghost with naught but a paper bag. I must admit that the consulate of Bastok has filed a formal complaint about me issuing demanding edicts to those who are not yet ready. But if there were more capable personnel around, perhaps I would not have to. Let me give you something to further the cause. Obtained Cipher of Halvor's alter ego. Great. I can learn to summon the worst guy I've met so far. Awesome. I love that for me. I don't know where to turn in a cipher in Sandoria, so I'll just hold on to that for later, I suppose. Alright, let's go investigate the orcs, I suppose. Seeing the attitude that people like Culver have, I think it's easy to imagine why Octavie would leave this nation and instead ally with Bastok. It's in southern Sandoria next to the Mog House. Alright. I guess I'll go get that now then. Assuming, of course, that I can turn in a trust cipher here without any weird problems. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to, but, you know, maybe. I don't know if I've marked all the home points in Sandoria yet. Up there, and I haven't gotten that waypoint yet. Got it. There we go. And yeah, I recognize the uniform here. This is probably the person. I'm being given a quest. Someone near the gate in northern Sandoria. Am I allowed to trade you the cipher anyway, though? No, I have to do the quest in order to be able to turn in ciphers here, it would seem. Well, I'll worry about that later. I'm sure it wouldn't take too much time or anything, but still. Not super important. And I can always go back to Bastok and do it there, that's true. So this might be the wrong side. Let's see, let's see. Northwest. Yeah, we need to go to West Run Far. Whoops. I just took the closest exit. Here's another fun fact while we're passing by the auction house. I believe in the past, each auction house was like its separate thing. But at some point they merged all of them into one thing. So like, before, you would find different things for sale at the auction house in Sandoria and Windhurst, for example. But now everything that is put on the auction house is available from anywhere. It's just interesting to know that they've done stuff like that. So Northwest, eh? I assume it is that dead end up there. That looks like nothing. The Spatial Auction Mansion, that's correct. Hello and welcome, Sasuke. We're currently being forced to do a quest for some conceited haughty elves in their elf kingdom. It's easy to see why my character might have decided to live elsewhere. Oh! Hello, Dream Guardian Cass and Raiders, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, welcome in. We're playing Final Fantasy XI, a game which I have not played much in the past, and I've only just started trying it out. We're taking it at a chill, slow pace, wandering through the woods, off to go poke some orcs or whatever we're doing, for some haughty royalty that is forcing us to do jobs for them. Good old racist elves, that's correct. But yeah, hello and welcome. Thanks for stopping by. I suppose proper etiquette when there's a raid is to introduce yourself a little bit. I'm Robin. I stream erratically when I'm able to, and whatever I feel like, really, so I don't really have much of a schedule that I can adhere to for various reasons. I'm trying to stream more again recently. I'm trying to stream a bit earlier in the day than I used to. So far I've been able to start around 4 p.m. Eastern a few times, which isn't bad, I guess. Recently, I've been streaming this. I started playing Bomberman: The Second Attack. Streamed that the other day. I hope to be streaming more. Large worms are like a staple of fantasy video game, it seems like. I haven't seen a lot of 11, but you hope it's been fun. It's been fun so far. Like, last time I tried it, I bounced off of it a little bit. But this time, I stuck with it. We're on some sort of mission in this outpost. What are we doing? Go to the highest camp and defeat the war chief. Yeah, okay. We can manage that, probably. Doesn't look like there's a survival guide or anything in this particular dungeon type area. There is a very shiny tree, but I don't have any logging tools. Probably most enemies here are, quote, too weak to be worthwhile again. That was the wrong button. Feel like a buffoon for missing that bomber stream? Well, I guess there's always VODs. Bomberman the Second Attack is an interesting game. It is vaguely connected to this in the sense that a lot of it was designed and written by Naoki Yoshida, who's the producer of Final Fantasy XIV. This being Final Fantasy XI, he's barely relevant, but he is a little bit relevant. But that's an interesting fact. I can blame Yoshi P specifically for me falling into pits constantly. But the Second Attack is an interesting game. It's very funny that someone calls Bomberman a little white man. I'm still thinking about that days later. And I got about, probably not halfway, but like I got through, I have like 3 bomb elements, so I got through a few levels. That game is neat, but pretty rude, and I'm glad I was just willing to use save states, honestly. I'm definitely going to be finishing that next week if I can. That's my plan anyway. That's my hope. Let's go ahead and summon people, because I might have to wander fairly deep into here. Even though many of the enemies aren't super dangerous. Presumably. I already have an alter ego of Lion, even though I only just met her. So maybe it would be thematically appropriate to have her here. And her very Final Fantasy X outfit. Oh, that's a nice detail. Her knife, the knife on her hip is actually like drawn. There's nothing in the scabbard. And then also, to be fair, I haven't met like the majority of people that I'm summoning because of how trust magic works. But yeah, 14's been fun. I mean, 11's been fun so far. They are different video games. 14 and 11 are different numbers. One of them is several numbers higher than the other if you're counting. Unless you're counting backwards. Then there could be an argument for the reverse, potentially. Depending on how you define higher, and if you're being very contrary about it. I don't know exactly what the highest camp means, but I'm going to just wander around, I suppose. I still think it's very interesting that this game often just doesn't have background music. A lot of areas just sort of have ambient noise and battle themes. There's a lot of different battle music. Watch lizard. Still too weak to be worthwhile, so this is a much lower level area. Oh, and these are orcs, by the way. This is what they're like. Not appearing in 14. And I think I mentioned earlier, I think there are orcs in 9, maybe? Or at the very least, there are enemies that have a similar look to them. They have spellcasters, mesmerizers that have these masks on. They have grapplers. They have lizards. Maybe this isn't like technically a proper dungeon. It doesn't seem to have a very wide range of enemies in it. There's a lot of other dungeon areas, if they have like a survival guide and stuff in them, the enemy range is like a lot. They have a siege weapon over here that's just trundling about, apparently. Hey, if you have knowledge of siege weaponry and spell casting, can you really be considered, like, not intelligent? Because the game so far is insisting that beastmen, orcs included, are unintelligent, as 14 did in its early days. And they did say that the orcs are being supplied with armor and weapons. But, like, they have a siege engine of some kind. That's not nothing. Also, they're all very chill because I'm above the level curve. I think I have an idea of where the war chief might be. I have this hunch. Or perhaps not. Or perhaps so. Now where the heck is this? Ah, this is Fort Gelspa. Okay, so there was an area within the area. And this has a survival guide. Okay. I hadn't seen a place structured like this before. Maybe there are more dangerous enemies around here. Or perhaps not. At least not right at the entrance. This is reminding me of when I was over-leveled back in the Realm Reborn stream days. And other early Final Fantasy XIV expansions. And Sucro could just sort of pass by everything without any problems. But in this case, I'm like within the normal level range for this expansion of the game. Just happened to be over-leveled for the area. Spectacled bats. Still too weak. I like how there's an enemy type that is 3 bats, and then an enemy type that is 1 large bat. And they use the same bat model, it's just whether or not there's 3 or 1 of them. And the size of the single bat. I wonder why they did that. I suppose just because they could. Is installing a spike pit below your elevator helpful? In some way? Is that useful? Still too weak. Even though they have different names. I suppose as a defensive measure, but like... I don't know how practical or like how... I don't know how frequently that specific defensive measure would come into play. Like, I guess if someone was chasing you onto the elevator and you lifted the elevator up and they couldn't stop and they fell into the spikes, but that seems like a little bit cartoonish rather than like an actual defense mechanism. Perhaps I don't know anything about warfare. Perhaps the elevator spikes are actually very powerful. I mean, I guess so. But there's also a lever there and you could just pull the elevator back down. So... I suppose that's possible. Oh, someone who's not free. They're easy instead of... They're still not attacking. Is there yet another layer to the orc camp? It seems so. I don't know if this is correct. The highest camp, it says. At this point, maybe I'll check. Just to be sure. I think I've gone too far. Twice. So yeah, this is Fort Gelsba. I was only supposed to find something in the first area. So I've definitely gone way too far. Hello, welcome. Welcome, Pancake Femboy. We're playing Final Fantasy XI, and I went too far in this area, past what I was supposed to be doing. Fortunately, I'm over-leveled and no one wants to fight me. But I have to walk all the way back down now. I suppose technically I could teleport out and then teleport back to the entrance, and that would arguably be faster. It's not really necessary. We're not here. We're not in a hurry. We'll get a chance to look at the spike elevator again. Wonder what's up with that. I am now curious as to where those caves lead. Thank you for petting Calico. It's important. Dang it.
Hue shifted.
Calico's always becoming blue. This happens more often than you'd expect. All right, back on the elevator. That's true. I think that's accurate to like the opinions that cats have about being pet. Except for when they don't want you to pet them. In which case, petting them ends the world. It's really a 50-50 shot anytime. Ah, a fortune, huh? What'll it be?
Every rule has a fatal exception.
Well... Everything seems normal. That's probably fine. Congratulations, the first strange fate has been pulled officially. Indeed, indeed. Indeed you have. Take care with the rest of your day. It's funny. I've designed all of these funny buttons on my stream to have arguably outrageous effects, and yet I'm not the sort of person who will react appropriately to that sort of thing. I mean, I know they're coming. I know what I've done, or perhaps what Mystery is capable of doing. You might expect, perhaps, a strong reaction, but no, I remain calm. Perhaps that makes it more ominous instead. I guess it does. Fair enough. I'm a little phased, like visually speaking. Perhaps. So, according to internet, H7 is where the notorious monster I need to fight should be at. Which is, in fact, like over here somewhere. We are in H7. Oh, there they are. Well, okay. Strength is impossible to gauge, because they're a notorious monster. Maybe quite scary that the host is unfazed? Rod Serling behavior? I'll accept this. I will accept this compliment. Here's a question. I think I mentioned before I was considering making the fortune telling a little bit cheaper. Ah, have a nice rest. Thanks for stopping by. Or if you're not resting yet, good luck arranging your bed so that you may do so later. Yeah, I'm considering maybe making the fortune telling a little cheaper. It would also be possible to like allow for 2 per person, but I'm not sure on that. I think 1 per person per stream seems like a good idea. You can't just change your own fate that easily after all. Oh. Well, alright. Never mind. Really low level area, this one. Alright. Oh, I still have the warp ring equipped. Convenient. Let's just do that. And I'll go turn in that seal in Bastok while I'm at it. I also wonder if I should reduce the cooldown on the remove anomalies redeem. But I think it's kind of a fun interaction to only have it available every 10 minutes. Maybe that's too expensive? I don't really know how to handle an economy. That's a good point, yeah. So every time you turn in, you can only turn in 1 cipher at a time, and every time you do, you have to go through all of this. And the NPC even makes fun of the process not being instant. With the dialogue, what do you mean, hurry up? Also, you get the lovely jingle again, I suppose. Why am I going this way? Time to go back to Sandoria. Oh. Right, another feature of like the existence of real-time boats and airships and stuff. You can see them happening. And apparently this little drawbridge actually gets raised and lowered for an airship parking in the water over here. That's cool. I'd seen airships in the sky before, but I hadn't seen one landing yet. Video games are neat, in my opinion. Also, I suppose I should say thank you for making a clip of the strange fate earlier, whoever did that. I'm told that making clips of a channel is good for number. Content creator love number, yum yum. You ever say something and then immediately laugh at how dumb it was? Anyway. I broke my own brain. There we go. Oh, it's in north. But hooray, we did the little Sandoria quest. We can now summon the worst person we've met so far in the video game. And make them fight for us. Which has its ups and downs, I suppose. Now, I suppose we turn it into you. Welcome back. You didn't get hurt, did you? Manarles Halver tells me you went to defeat War Chief Vatkit, right? Eh? A lot of adventurers make their way into the Gelsba outpost, but most turn around once they get up to that higher encampment. Well, you've done a great job. As consul, I'm honored to congratulate you on a mission well done. I'll be sure Sandoria makes you a certified adventurer, Octavie. Halver? Yeah. Yeah, that guy sucks. Hello and welcome, Arc Reaver. Now that that's settled, your next goal is Windurst. It's a wild world out there, so keep your wits about you. The lovely jingle again. But yeah, because I've done enough of the Rhapsody stuff, I was handed the cipher for the rudest man, and I can now conjure him at will, I suppose. With that out of the way, it's time for the excitement I promised earlier in the stream. We have to go to Windurst now, and while I could just teleport there, that's not what the game's about. I will teleport to the desert. That's not the desert. That's not the desert. That's not the desert. That's the desert. Because in order to get to Windurst without directly teleporting there, I have to take a boat. A real-time boat ride. It's time for excitement and adventure and waiting. Now, I don't know what the schedule is right now. It looks like the boat is not currently present. I only teleported here because we were here last stream of this game already. Tell me about the boat ride. The ship to Mara. Mara and Selbina are two, like, coastal towns that are linked, and the only way to travel to and from these two regions, well, in a sense. Someone else is also waiting for the boat, I see. The ship bound for Mara will arrive in about 4 hours, 10 minutes in Earth time. Alright, everyone. It's time to wait. And you know what that means? Well, you might. Mostly it means we're waiting around, but also, what if I told you I had 89 pieces of bait? And we were near a body of water? What if I told you it was time for fishing? It will be really funny if a specific thing happens immediately once I start trying this. So this is how fishing works in this game. It plays Wii Shop Channel music, and you have to press the arrows that show up. I caught a greedy. Furthermore, you go into your skill levels, crafting skill, you can see that fishing is also a skill you have to level up, and then I have it at 0. It is not quick to level. You prefer 14's fishing? You have a terrible feeling about this one. Oh, that's not great. Octavia is sweating a little bit. Your rod breaks. Whatever caught the hook was too heavy to catch with this rod. They're not kidding. I did say it would be very funny if this happened immediately, and I'll take 2 tries. My 4,000 gil fishing rod is gone now, and I can no longer fish, and I must wait. So that's fun. Ah, now you're turning around on the fishing. That's all it took. Where did my chakram go? Oh, that's in ranged weapon, not ammo. That makes sense. Well. 7 minutes. So how's everyone doing? How are you, Twitch and YouTube? We doing all right today? It's Friday. In some places, it is a holiday. In some places, this means a 3-day weekend. That's pretty cool. Even if the holiday is also accompanied by a loud random noise as people celebrate it. Specifically in this case, it's the 4th of July, and America cares about that. Otherwise, I suppose you don't get a 3-day weekend, which is unfortunate. If you do get one, hope you're enjoying it. Thanks for spending it on this stream. If you don't have a 3-day weekend, hope you're enjoying time anyway, and thanks for spending it on this stream anyway. I'm happy to entertain, or at least occupy a brain or two. I haven't prepared anything to do while waiting for a boat ride, other than the fishing and my rod broke. So, well... I will simply stare. I'm not very good at it. I blink too often now. I've installed blinking, and it makes me worse at staring. I suppose it probably does reduce eye strain, though. Is there any game or like game-like context where someone is invincible when they're blinking? You know, like iframes? I'm just gonna let that one sit there. You can appreciate it at your leisure. Yes, Samantha? Hello. That's me.
Robin!
That's me. I remembered I have a soundboard. This is a very dangerous thing for me to have while I have to do nothing for several minutes. Also, it's quite funny that it looks like I'm talking whenever I use the soundboard.
Clown is about to die.
It's pretty good, I think. Oh yeah, I put this in there. Just in case I need it, you know. That's pretty good, maybe. Now I can complete a quest at any time. Yeah, I should be able to buy another fishing rod once the boat gets here. Arguably, could be wise to buy multiple at that point. How are we doing on time? 2 minutes. This person has cool glasses on. Yeah, this guy does have a fisherman's smock on. This guy is way more prepared for fishing than I am. I mentioned earlier that it was cool to see like the airship show up and land and stuff. That is also something that happens with the boat. Good timing. You get to see the boat show up. It's also rather funny how the boat works. Because it like sails in here all normal, like you would expect a boat to do. This is close enough to how a boat moves. But wait for it. It didn't pull up to the dock. What's it going to do about it? Well, it's just gonna move sideways, of course. Boats do this. Boats love to move like that. And now if we talk to this person again, the boat will depart in about 1 hour, 3 minutes in Earth time. Now we have to wait for the boat to leave. You might need to go get lunch. There will be plenty of time, don't you worry. After the boat leaves, it'll be a 15-minute boat ride before we get to the destination. I might have to go get something to eat in that time as well. Part of me wonders if I should have had something prepared to do during the boat ride. And another part of me thinks, no, this is the authentic experience. But then a third part of me, or perhaps the first one again, thinks, isn't it also an authentic experience to find something else to do while waiting in real time for a boat ride, both in a video game and outside of one? Perhaps, perhaps. Ugh. I always forget the camera does that. As I sit here thinking, what would I have prepared in advance? The first thing I think of, aside from fishing in the game, because I don't have another fishing rod yet, is like, what if I had a Game Boy emulator and just played Super Mario Land? I think about Super Mario Land more often than you might expect someone to. Or maybe exactly as often. I don't know what your expectations are. The boat is going. And I've undertaken the limited time Records of Eminence Challenge Vanquish Birds. Wowie. And now we're on a boat. All right, the fishing shop is on the other side. The boat music is lovely. Perhaps I will buy 2 fishing rods this time. And then we can go out onto the deck. Ah, they have a very fancy fishing rod. That makes sense. Now, the thing about fishing, or another thing about fishing, I shouldn't take a risk here. You can fish up a creature. Let's summon the jerk. He's got a polearm. Neat. Now, I probably won't need the entire party, but it's funnier that way, so. feels very much like ocean fishing in 14 was probably inspired by this part of 11. It would make a lot of sense. Oops. My fishing skill has gone up 0.1 points. Yay! Is my fishing rod about to break again? No. Another 0.1 points of fishing for me. Wow. Wowee. Maybe I'll get to one whole fishing skill by the end of this journey. Oh? Different music, huh? I caught a monster. So yeah, that can happen sometimes. And also, as you can see from the sea crab over there, sometimes monsters just spawn on the boat. I don't think they're aggressive until you attack them. But, I've died on the boat before on account of a water elemental appeared, and I thought I might as well try and fight it because it said it was easy if I checked. And then it had 1 billion physical defense, and I couldn't do any damage. So that was funny. Actually, I had like a potion, so I was able to eventually survive the first time that happened. But later it happened again, and I didn't have a potion, and then I perished. But it was funny, so it's okay. I wonder if that theme means you're always pulling up a monster. An ocean crab. Subtly different from a sea crab. Don't get confused. Don't mix up these two crabs. Will this be a monster again because of the music? Oh, I'm having trouble pulling it in. That's concerning. I lost it. So I guess that happens if you take too long. All right. I'm learning, I'm learning. I'm fishing, I'm catching, sort of, sometimes. Is my fishing skill at 1 yet? Nope. It'll probably tell me when it is. I guess that guy over there probably also caught a monster and didn't have to fight it because he was too high level. I wonder if that's possible. It would be pretty funny. They seem to be automatically attacking you whenever you pull them up, though. So I don't know. Blainer also killed the other two things that just happened to be around. I guess that's fair. My fishing voyage is making me fall asleep a little bit, I think. I don't even really know what to do with caught fish. I assume you can probably cook them if you have that. Or at least sell them. I guess those are the only two things you can really do anyway. But I haven't really done much crafting. I haven't done any crafting beyond the single tutorial for it. Are these fish stacking? Yes. That's kind of them. You're positive you don't have enough skill to reel this one in, it says. What am I gonna do, stop? I caught it anyway. Believe in yourself, Octavie. You're more capable of reeling in a fish than you think. This goes for you too, viewer at home. Believe in yourself. Catch that fish. Catch the metaphorical fish in your life. Accomplish your goals, you can do it, etc. Do I have still only one fishing? I could swear I've gotten enough fishing points. We are nearing Mara. Well then. Time flies when you're having fun. Or falling asleep. Or both. Time flies when your brain is occupied. The music loop has ended. Maybe you can't catch anything after you're close enough. Well, here we are. On the other side of the boat ride. Wait, why is there a thing in my chat that says page 710 of the tome flares up? What does that mean? I have no idea. Anyway, this is a very Final Fantasy 1 town theme, or Final Fantasy 9 town theme type of situation. To me. There are also always a lot of people here. I'm not really sure why that is. I mean, there's the crystal. But yeah, before we venture further, I think it might be time for another break. For me, anyway. So, I know we just spent 15 minutes doing nothing, but I think I'm gonna have to take a little bit of a longer break for now. I'm technically here, even though I need to eat food. I feel like I should have something for people to do while I'm away, but I don't. So, yep. Hello. I spent some of the time during the break playing with toys. But the background being a cube of golden flame is not my fault. Hello. I am back. Sucro is in a concerning state, but that's probably fine. Hopefully not as radioactive as some have speculated. The set of filters that exist in this giant list that I downloaded is both helpful and very silly, is what I'll say about it. Like check this out. Some of these I don't know how you'd ever use. Let's find an example. Hexagon. But why though? What is this for? Why do I need to put Sucro behind a hexagon fence? This song sounds kind of like Gen 4 Pokemon a little bit. Why would I need to... You might have seen one a little bit. There's a pie chart? You can just generate a pie chart that you can sort of edit. It's confusing to do so. How is this helpful? I suppose it's a different kind of force field for Sucro. You can put her behind a rainy window, which is what this allegedly is. It looks more like she's in a horror game situation. I don't know exactly what kind of situation, but it looks like a situation. What else is there? You can turn her into an ocean? This calls itself a shader, but it actually just replaces whatever you're using it on with like a generated ocean that you can adjust the height and frequency and angle and cameras of. It just generates an ocean graphic, I guess. I don't know why, but anyway. It is very cool, but it's also very specific, I guess. Anyway, though, I suppose we ought to get back to the video game. So... here we are. The background shall remain a cube of golden flame in the number dimension, I suppose. Right. Uburimu Peninsula. It almost sounds like a newspaper. Full of lies, but not quite. So, as mentioned previously, for some reason Windurst is in like a desert, even though it's the tree city. Like a grasslands type of desert. Desert 2. And in order to get there, I believe we need to go through the canyon. There's also font, which says Mara, except the R is an L, I think. It could be either. That's surprisingly readable. I think the Eorzea font goes a little bit more out of its way to be different. Dommels are here. And also various types of mandragora. And also a zoo, allegedly, even though it's a tiny bird instead of a large bird. The creature. There's some places around here I haven't gone to. Probably some places around Sandoria as well. Something like that, yeah. That took me a second, because I thought you were doing a JoJo's joke for a second, because there is a bird in that called Pet Shop, if I remember correctly. But it was a zoo, like the location, or a set of facilities, the zoo, versus the relatively smaller and more confined space of a pet shop. i.e. a location selling pets and accessories. I understand, and I've explained your own joke back to you for some reason. Which is probably some kind of faux pas. But here's a mighty rareb. This is a really powerful rabbit, allegedly. I don't think the rareb is an enemy type that's in 14. I don't think this model has been used. Oh, it's raining. This region is currently under Sandorian control, apparently. Ah. I think I remember you mentioning that you started in Windurst. I guess we didn't explore Sandoria too thoroughly either when we were there. But we saw enough of it. But yeah, Windurst is where I started when I tried this game a few years ago. And it definitely seemed a little bit more intimidating to navigate than it does now. So maybe starting in Bastok did help me a little bit in that sense. But now it seems like none of the cities are particularly worse than any of the other ones. They all have plenty of warp points about. I guess if you start in Windurst, you are farther away from the other two, simply because both of them require the boat. Whereas if you start in one of the other ones, you only have to go to the boat for Windurst. So that's interesting. According to the guides I was following, back in the day, Windurst players would take the boat to go level up in the desert. And you can still do that, I suppose, if you want to. But I assume you couldn't teleport to and from the desert easily in that time. And here we are in the canyon. I still, every time I go through this part, I think this is very funny. Now, so we have to go south to get to Windurst. Or to get to Saruda Baruda, which is the outskirts of Windurst. But in order to do so, we have to go through a part of the map that is just a mess of squiggly lines with no road in it. And this looks a lot worse than it is, because really you can just cut through there no problem, but it is pretty funny that that's there, I think. Here's the Yagudo. I mentioned them earlier as the, the bird people of this game, since the Ixal aren't in this. They're neat. This one won't stop moving. There you go. Little bit of a Sam the Eagle type expression going on there. Very grouchy looking bird man. The goblins are everywhere though. They get to be in every region and also in 14. Everyone loves the goblins, I guess. I only just now thought about the possibility that someone would wander into the stream not knowing the sort of buttons and events that happen here and witness the current things that are taking place in the background and be concerned or confused, or at least curious. I'm sure I'd be curious if I wandered into a stream and the background was a cube that was on fire floating in the Matrix. I guess you can go all the way around here. This is not how I usually do it. I've just kind of been wandering arbitrarily. Either way, this part of the map is a lot less difficult than it looks. Is that a thing that happens in Windows 95? Windows 95 was before they had the technology to make a cube. So, Mystery is very powerful, I guess. Always up to her tricks. Putting cubes where they shouldn't be. Plus, there's the glitch effect that is still present on Callie and I. Maybe that's also normal. Who can really say what's normal in the world of VTubing? You know what? That's fair. I believe that specific filter is actually called, like, digital rain or something. And there is a different filter that's I didn't like as much that was a similar thing that was actually just called Matrix. But in this case, it's digital rain, which is the legally distinct Matrix code rain, I guess. Okay, we're almost to Saruda Baruda. The name Saruda Baruda kind of implies that, like, the Taru Taru / Lalafell naming conventions were also used in other parts of their language and culture in the world of 11. Because it has the same, like, naming convention that a Taru Taru name might, or at least a Lalafell name would in the future. Because I don't think those are exactly identical. Either that or the desert is just named after a person, or like the grassland region, or named like a person. I suppose that's possible. The region named Steve over here. And here's the outskirts of Windhurst proper, which I'm not actually sure if you can cross this river or not. William Plains just sounds like a guy. Like, that's a first and last name to me. If you can't cross this river, this is a weird outlier of having to go around more to get into the city. But maybe you can. This particular song is very Crystal Chronicles. But yeah, we've gone through, like, the outskirts of the grassland that was more like a desert. And now we're in the grassier part. So, like, similar to how the forest progresses in the Sandoria area, we have this. The regions sort of like make sense next to each other, and it kind of makes sense how their biomes shift. And I think that's neat. There are plenty of video games where there's no regard to that, and like Ice Town is just in the middle of a desert or lava zone or whatever. Oh, this is like a really shallow river, isn't it? I just kind of assumed from how it was on the map that it was not crossable, but it's actually very normal. Well, I guess it'd be less normal for a river to be that shallow. Actually, I have no idea. Depends on where you are. But it's actually very crossable, is what I was trying to say, probably. There's a crawler. That's another enemy that's in 14. Funny bug. I believe they show up in the Heavensward areas, specifically. You know, I hadn't thought about that. They are especially large caterpillars, so maybe they operate pretty differently. I have no idea. The last few times I went here, I definitely like assumed the river could not be crossed and went around. That wouldn't be too out of line with how Gustaberg is designed, actually, because there is like a cliff. There's a part of North Gustaberg you can't really get to from the other part of it. So it would have made sense. Or maybe you can actually get there and it's fine. Oops. Also, I'm realizing that, well, I guess I have to go this way anyway to get to Winders? Maybe? So it wouldn't have really mattered either way, I suppose. Yeah, the entrances are all on this screen. So here we are. Hopefully people here will be less racist than that one elf. That would be ideal. Less rude. Fantasy settings love to make an elf rude. And I guess I've decided Octavie is a grump, so she's also sort of rude, but not in the same way. And here we are. Welcome to Windurst. It is a rather spread out area, all things considered. But it's not that bad. It probably takes the longest to just run straight through, if I had to guess. And it's maybe a little confusing because there's two separate screens of Windurst waters instead of just one. But yep, here we are. Taru names, I think, are a little less consistent than Lalafell ones. And so are there, like, speech quirks. I think we've talked about this already. But a bunch of them have, like, completely different ways of talking. Yeah, here's the other screen. I've seen at least 3 or 4. Oh, also, you can just walk over to, like, Shantoto and talk to her in Windurst. She just has a house. You may have heard many things about Shantoto, but you can just go up and talk to her. If you do that at this point in the game without any sort of associated questline or whatever, she does give you a small side quest to give her materials to make a bomb so she can explode a stalker or something like that. She says someone is following her around, and she asks for a bomb, like 2 bomb ash and a bone chip, so I assume she's making a bomb. I'm not exactly sure where... Oh, there's the consulate. I'm right next to it. Convenient. What's up? Hiya, this is the consulate of Bastok. It's a little piece of Bastok that's like an oasis in the midst of Windurst. Windurst is already kind of like an oasis. I don't know if you can have an oasis in an oasis. Oh, you have some business with Consul Melek? Then please head into our office through that door there. Oh, okay. Wait. There are many doors here. Thank you for petting Calico. I am Melek, the Consul of Bastok. I trust you had a safe sail here? So you're Octavie. I heard about your activities in Sandoria, and I am expecting great things from you here too. Well then, we should get straight to the matter at hand. Gold Skull, why don't you start by informing our fair citizen about what the mission involves? Allow me to explain. The mission from our comrades in Windurst entails the extermination of a giant monster that appeared in the depths of Gideus, the borderland to the theocracy of the Yagudo Beastmen. You are to receive a key from Heaven's Tower in the Windurst Walls district, and head to the innermost part of Gideus. Your orders are then to defeat the heinous beast that lurks there. You look perplexed. Yes, well, I guess, if you put it frankly, you are protecting a pack of Yagudo beastmen from a ferocious monster. You see, in order to maintain the peace of their country, the Windurstians have formed amicable relations with the Yagudo. But as you've probably realized, it's hard to call their relationship amicable when you witness the outrageous behavior of the Yagudo. But in order to maintain the trust of Windurst, we have to participate in this preposterousness. Well, good luck with your mission. I look forward to hearing of your success. Okay, definitely less racist than the other people, but still probably a little bit racist. Because we're in the era of this way of writing beastmen races and all that. I got to go to Windurst Walls, which is probably this way. Probably through the woods. Also, Windurst has a bunch of, like, card robots. That's just a thing here. Oh yeah, I'm not saying Windurst is racist. I'm saying that the console, the Bastok console station here is the one with these attitudes. So when I was saying earlier that, like, maybe Hi-Ho Holobi wasn't too much of a stretch for a Mithra name when the game generated that for me, here we have Snaha Migish Migishniora? Mithra names are something else.
Snamigashiniora.
Yeah, something like that. Also Heppo Penope. On the other side of this ocean, there's a small harbor town that's the homeland of us Mithra. Her name kind of is Pineapple, actually. I suppose she does. I'm guessing I have to go through the woods. Oh yeah, also there are tiny cat children. Tiny baby child. I think Mithra children are the most commonly seen children in this game for some reason. In fact, one of the trusts is even you can summon one. She's one of the trusts that doesn't fight and can't be targeted, but gives like a passive bonus. But you can just like call on the power of a child at any time if you want to. Kinda, yeah. Hello, Mimble Pimble. Mimble Pimble, who says, "Glare, this is no place for the weak, leave it once." Alright, alright. I was just saying hello. Granted, that was because I thought your name was funny, but like, still. How full of fish is my inventory? Not that full of fish. Satsa Akanpari. Fairly reasonable name. That's an expensive flower. Why are you selling Catalias for like almost 2,000? Many mysteries abound in this land. I wonder what the deal with Mimble Pimple is. This lady's just named Meh. The Windhurst walls. I could just teleport there, probably. Oh, okay, it's up from here. Gadamapo Roshano. There's another name. Bub Bazaron. I wonder if they had like detailed naming conventions that they tried to follow, or if a lot of these are improvised. That sounds probable. And then amidst all of this, we have Edmondo. Just like a regular guy. And Mahoma Barogo. I think I just like looking at and pronouncing Mithra names. Maybe. I think there is some piece of me that regrets not also making a cat girl in this video game. But I do like Octavie. I don't regret my decision entirely. Only a little bit and occasionally, because Sucro is very important, you see. Here they're like approaching Lalafell names, kind of. Suaora Sura and Urudoba Sandeba. Yes, good. Think about my characters. I appreciate this. Heaven's Tower is all the way up there. I'll have to make an Octavie mem cake eventually, assuming I stream more of this. Still have to make a Yasna one too. I tried to imagine Sucro and Octavie interacting. And the first thing I imagined was just Sucro saying, "I'm a cat," and then Octavie saying, "Why?" And then Sucro's very confused for a second. Probably. This is the sort of grump that Octavie is, I think. Lucario! Lucario, famously a human paladin. You know, I say that, but I think... Hey, what the heck is this? I think there's a good chance that Lucario would in fact be a paladin. What is this? Where am I? This is Heaven's Tower, apparently. So this was correct? There's no map for this area. This is a weirdly ominous thing to have. I guess it's not that ominous. It's probably just like a religious site. So it has like appropriate sounding music. Or something like that. Lin Megumifu. What's up, child? It's busting straight through the ceiling. What is? Oh, that's a tree. Okay. Mega Mifu is something you buy in blocks at the grocery store? Maybe. Am I supposed to be in here? I think so. I meant to talk to Kupipi. And perhaps this is not the part of Heaven's Tower I was meant to enter. But it certainly is neat. Bobble Mopple. Zubu Abibu. I know those two. I know those two because I have a screenshot of Haihore Holobi standing directly next to them, which I believe I posted with a caption like, I guess this name fits in more than I thought it would. Or something to that effect. It seems probable that there's not actually another entrance, now that I look around. Yeah, I saw that there was like stairs up and stuff. I was just checking to see if there was anything outside. Lalagoma. That's a good name. Simalafina is the most powerful. The beginner guide that I've been following does specifically say that Sima is a very strong trust that is like levels above anything else we would have at this point in the game, most likely. Unless we had Shantoto 2. There's like at least three different Shantoto trusts. There's Shantoto, Domina Shantoto, and Shantoto 2. And Shantoto 2 is apparently like the strongest damage dealing trust in the game by a large margin. So I've heard. But it did also occur to me recently that there's no reason you can't summon all three of them at the same time. Pompy Rompy. Molcott, that's a name that crops up in 14 sometimes, I think. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Well, you can keep talking, but don't think I'll be listening. I don't have any business with a Bastoker. Fine. Oh, there's Kupipi. Miss Octavie, is it? I have received a report on your mission. Hey, look, it's another Taru speech quirk that I haven't seen before. Where they elongate vowels, I guess? You're the adventurer from Bastok who will be helping us today. The Yugudo and Gideas have a problem. A terrible monster has appeared deep within their caves. Your mission is to travel all the way to Gideas and help the Yugudo rid themselves of this beast. Here's the key you will need to get into the deeper weeper parts of the Yagudo's dwellings. You have two of them. You said deeper weeper as well. Gideas is a scary, wary place. You would never catch me going there. Well, have a nice trip. Oh hey, there she is. The powerful catgirl archer herself. You'll be fine. I'll give you this cipher of Semna's alter ego just in case. If you're not sure what to do with it, visit one of the Juno Institute of Magical Studies representatives located in southern Sandoria. They can get you started. I can sense many good things within you. Let's see you manage with this new task. I'm gonna go back to Bastok and turn that in there instead, so I don't have to do a different thing. I was thinking something similar. Deeper Weeper is definitely like an enemy name. For sure. Well, Windurst is the only place where the location of central authority of the nation or whatever is like a huge deal, I guess. Well, no, that's not true. The fancy noble house in Sandoria also gets its own music and everything. But like Bastok doesn't have that. Bastok just has a president's office that's like really small. Instead of the Heavens Tower or like the Chateau de Rich Jerks or whatever it's called. That's a big tree. Oh wait, is this? I think this is a Tarotara child. So there are other children. This one also has a lisp. Isn't it Biggie Wiggy? Isn't it Hugie Woogie? Can you see it? Poshul is back. The return of Poshul after all this time. If anyone calls me Octavipu, I'm out. So I have to go somewhere. I was derailed by Poshul. Olga's Deus. Oh, there's like a mission here or something? Okay, how do I get to Gideus again? Oh, I don't know. Okay, it's from the west. It's from West Sarabatara. That's what I needed to know. That is the completely wrong location and all, yeah. Is that west up there? I wish you could scroll the map on these screens. Oh right, I was going to go to Bastok and turn in the thing. Apparently I've truly been rattled by Poshul existing. I say as if Poshul's the only character or person who speaks like that, which is not true. I think it's the combination of that and the rhyming that made me think of Poshul, though I don't think Poshul does that. I don't know. Things that make my brain work worse. Accidentally turning on a rumble feature. Accidentally remembering Poshul from Chrono Cross. Apparently. Anyway. Accidentally activating Poshul's rumble feature. We had the same thought. Oh dear. Do I have... Do I have an image of... Yes. I have an image of Poshul's rumble feature, actually, on hand. This is what it looks like when you do that. True. At some other point in time, I'm going to be like, what's this image on this scene? And then be jump scared by Poshul again. Poshushu. So apparently this is a very good trust. And I'm inclined to believe that. Because cats are pretty good, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that statement. Also, because the last time a trust was pointed out as being exceptionally good, it was Valanerol, who just sort of deletes stuff arbitrarily. So there's multiple reasons to believe. Also, the guide that I've been following seems accurate. And so on. Alright, let's get back to... Oh, that was something. That was probably a multi-boxer controlling 6 characters at the same time. Or maybe auto-follow was activated on a bunch of people. I don't know. To me, it seems impressive that people can do that. It can't be easy, surely. But I don't know much about it. Alright, so we need to go somewhere west. NPCs whose names are so long that they phase through the wall next to them. NPCs whose names are longer than the person is tall. In terms of the graphics. I mean, I guess the name above my head is about the same height as me, probably. Maybe not. So I'm gonna guess that our destination is that unlabeled exit in the corner over there. That's how it tends to work. I do have this outpost, I think. I gotta get used to streaming more again. Both in the sense that I would like to stream more than I do, and also in the sense that it's still weird to be talking this much. If that seemed to come out of nowhere, that's because It did, I guess. I don't know. I feel like my words made more sense closer to the beginning of the stream. I suppose I can blame Poshel for that. Because it's funny to do that. I wonder if I'll be allowed to summon a trust NPC for this instanced fight that I'm about to approach, which I haven't done one of yet in this game. I was spoiled that that was there by looking at the page. Yeah. That's a similar sort of thing, I think. Talking is a skill like any other, I suppose. It requires practice. And it's a skill with a lot of other types of, like a lot of specific subsets of it. It's not a free action like some video games and tabletop RPGs would have you believe. I remember I actually took some sort of rhetoric class in college a long time ago, once. Which I think was unexpected of me, considering I tended to be somewhat quiet. Well, I was doing Let's Plays all the time, so maybe not. It seemed kind of interesting. I remember making a speech where I was really mad at people for not, like, stopping at crosswalks. That's the only thing I remember about that class, is that I did an entire speech about, like, stopping at crosswalks correctly. Anyway. Crosswalk safety is important, I guess. I probably don't need to summon people here just yet. But might as well. The thing I remember most distinctly from that specific speech was holding out my hand as the, like, in the, like, the stop hand sign that a crosswalk sign will have, and being like, do you know what this means? This means stop. I think I got some laughs out of that. There you are. Simma is at the very bottom of the list. Cat summoned. This here is probably like a really ideal team. Aparuru is a pretty good healer. Yokam is a good support. These two are apparently really good. Well, I know Valenaral's really good. Archers are cool, and I feel like sometimes that I should think of more archer characters as well. I need to write more in general. I would love to actually, like, write something again. But even just, like, brainstorming character ideas, I find that I don't end up on Archer too often, for some reason. I haven't done any proper writing since whenever the last time I wrote a Vote Adventure was, before Twitter was known as X. Or maybe like right as, and then I stopped. I have in my brain at least a handful of ideas I could write. Perhaps. Perhaps someday. It's probably one of those things that's just like, it's something that I just have to do. As unintuitive as that is, in a way. Not unlike how if I want to work on making a video game, I just need to start. You're trying to write 100 words a day? Good news! You've been typing a lot of words into stream chat. You might have met your quota already. Let's see. Where do I need to go from here? So this is... I'm in Gideus, I think. Oh, I have to get to one of the burning circles. Okay. It's the southeast corner. Got it. Oh. Stop. A friendly NPC. Just, okay, not that friendly, but not aggressive. And yeah, starting is one of the toughest parts, and the other toughest part, well, for me anyway, starting the work is the difficult part. Starting to have too many ideas is a part that is too easy. Which leads into the other difficult part being scope creep before you've even done anything. Leading to not doing anything because it's overwhelming. It's a vicious cycle of sorts. Like before, I've had extremely elaborate ideas for games. Where I basically had like an outline and also a complicated battle system idea. And then it was like, it was already too much. Recently, I've had a more simple battle system idea that I might be able to wrangle into some sort of existence. So like maybe, who knows? Of course, with like video games and stuff, sometimes it's also just like, I have part of an idea, but not a complete idea. Like, I'll be like, I have an idea for a mechanic, but I don't know anything about what sort of story to attach to it. Or the other way around. Awesome song, thank you. I thought they had summoned something based on the sound effect by playing that. And it was going to be interested because the only other instance of that I can think of is Jade Cocoon playing an instrument to summon stuff. I'm sure that happens all the time, but like the first thing I think of is Jade Cocoon anyway. What an interesting RPG that is. And also Jade Cocoon 2 is very different in tone. Can I not get over there from here? Is this a weird solve my maze type of situation? It looks like it. Very well. I will do my best. Go to the southeast corner, they said. But no, you have to go around to the southwest to get to the southeast. A classic trick. Unless this weird little passage here inexplicably wraps around, but I doubt that that happens. Probably just goes to a different area, I would imagine. Sometimes when I open the menu, it is just like selecting log out instead of map like I expect. It is just like a page over to the left or right for no apparent reason. So if you've ever seen me, if you've seen me multiple times this stream, almost log out by accident, that's why. I don't know why it does that. Oh, you know what would be a good thing to do here? Probably. I can't use mounts in here, but I can do this. This will help a little bit. Unless I run into a bush immediately, and then vulnerable. It's not even a spell, it's an ability, exclusive to Thief. Some sort of leisure domain technique. Perhaps. Another friendly NPC. They're demanding food offerings, so not exactly friendly, but... well, you know. They're willing to speak to me. Thank you for petting Calico. She deserves it. I'm currently in the process of wrapping around this entire dungeon area to get to the corner that was blocked off. Very sneakily. I should also try to get that crystal down there. Probably. This is another area where nothing actually is going to fight me. So it is just a leisurely stroll around. Which has been I guess, what the majority of the stream was, except for when I was trying to get an egg. And when I was talking to Drix. I'm also looking at a map a lot. Oh no, an attack. So the special cat archer that we just got just did 324 damage with a shot. So that's cool. That seems pretty strong. She charged up a bunch and then shot a regular arrow that did 1 billion damage. Alright, now we have this teleport point. That is true. She used Sharp Shot and then Barrage. And like, I don't know exactly what Barrage does. I know what it sounds like it does. Sharp Shot is just an accuracy increase, I believe. It occurred to me that I never switched back to one of my actual rings that has any stats on it. Not that it has much. It's got 3 HP and -3 MP. I'm sure I'll get better rings eventually. Wait. Is this also walled off here? Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Did I like misread where I'm supposed to be going? Oh, it's the southeast corner of F12, not of the whole region. It's the southeast corner of a southwest corner. Dang it. My reading comprehension has failed. Presumably it's just the thing directly next to the crystal and I ran away from it. Actually, I don't think that's true. So... it might be, actually? I don't know, I should just go over here. Yeah, this is it. This is the circle. I don't know if trusts are allowed here, or if I'll have to summon them again immediately afterwards. But you can't summon them in combat either, so who knows? Are these just in... I think these are just in the order I've got them in, now that I look at it. I can probably sort them however I feel like. Call them inside, not outside? I didn't know it was inside. I didn't know if that would be possible. But I'll see soon. The rank 2 final mission. Which battlefield will you enter? The current battlefield clear time record for the rank 2 final mission is 33 seconds. I'm so glad you could come. I didn't realize that little rumor I spread would be so effective. Yes, I'm the ferocious monster you were told about. One who will rally the Beastmen hordes on a grand campaign to rid the world of you and your kind. Rally the Beastmen hordes? Almost sounds as if you're planning to wage another crystal war. I see you catch on quick. The day of reckoning will come, and the Beastmen will be the ones to rule this world. Not that you'll be there to see it, because you'll already be dead. Arise, worm of darkness, devourer of light, I command you, smite my enemies where they stand. A spatial distortion? This can only mean... Oh hey, I know that. This is a model in 14. A dragon? I knew it couldn't have been old you-know-who. I was getting carried away there. Ha! Is that all you can muster? Your pet dragon? Here come the reinforcements. Looks like they'll be able to handle this. I have more pressing matters than dealing with the likes of these. I'll leave it in their hands. Alright. Okay, just leave, I guess. And here I am. Okay, I guess I have time to summon. That was trading. The only thing is that they have cooldowns, so I have to sit here for a second, actually. But there's a time limit. Actually. Well, I messed up a little bit. Time to find some backups in this mess. It's not a big problem. There's plenty of trusts. Come forth, backup squad. It's basically the same, but not. Level temporarily restricted, by the way. I love that there's a status effect called Battlefield labeled "You may enter the battlefield." That's good, I think. Hey, what's up? Impossible to gauge. Oh. Okay. Well. Okay.
This cannot be! Me defeated by these weaklings? Oops, guess I missed the show. Hey, wait a minute, this dragon. No doubt about it, it's another beast from the Northlands. What's it doing here? Their kind haven't been seen ever since the Shadow Lord was destroyed and the Northlands sealed. To see one here with the Beastmen, it's as if the Shadow Lord will soon be brought back to this world. I was merely making preparations for his return. What? Who are you? I am Searcher, a servant of the Shadow Lord. The great hero that saved you 20 years ago is gone. None has the power to defeat him now. While your peoples were busy squabbling with each other, we have been preparing for his return. And when he comes, he will destroy you all. Enjoy your lives while they last, foolish weaklings.
I as a weird laugh is pretty good.
The Shadow Lord is coming back. There's going to be another war. Our days will be filled with hatred and sorrow once more. Octavie, you should head back to your country. And don't forget to report what happened here. If it's true the Shadow Lord is being resurrected, we can expect great trouble to follow. I've got to get going. I hope to see you around again someday, Octavie.
Okay. Received key item Kindred Crest. Where? Okay. Well then. They say return to your country, but I do actually have to go back to talk to the console. By the way, you can't see what my title is, I guess. I don't actually know where that is shown anywhere. Oh wait, no, it's up there. It's at the very top of the screen. Title, Black Dragon Slayer. So the way titles work in this game is you can like collect a whole lot of them and change them around whenever you feel like it, but also every time you get a new one, it becomes your title until you go change it, I think. Which is kind of fun, in a way. Speaking of silly. I believe you can pay like a Bard NPC to change your title. So I guess the idea with your titles is it's like people spreading word of your achievements. So of course it's the most recent thing you've done. But you can also pay the Bard to like change it to something else or pick a random one that you have for you. So I guess you're walking up to the Bard and paying them and being like, sing about something else I did, please. I don't like that one. Which is very fun, actually, the more I think about it. There's probably an earlier entrance to Windhurst I could have gotten to. So I guess I have to go back to the big ol' fancy tree. Also, it's kind of funny to me that there's Shantoto, the very infamous and perhaps also famous Taru, that has been in multiple other games and universes at this point. And there's also just a random person named Shatoto. Just like the same name but missing 2 letters and almost identical. But they are of absolutely no importance whatsoever. Oh, 14 references Shatoto when referencing Shantoto? That's kind of funny too. Man Pokon. Guy named Man Poking. Not really. Pokun. Oh, right. I did do that part of the Black Mage questline, maybe? I think. Is that just the Thaumaturge one, or is it the Black Mage one? I did the Thaumaturge one. I think that was something else. Oh, I didn't do all of the Black Mage stuff. So never mind then.
Oh, you made it back in one piece. Lady Sema Lafina looked so depressed when she returned. I thought you had bit the rusty bucket. Wait, you're not a ghost, are you?
Maybe.
Anyway, congratulations
Oh my god!
on completing your mission. Your next task is to inform Lady Melik in the consulate of Bastok that your mission was a success.
You still won't talk to me?
Is Octavia Ghost?
Without a doubt.
Oh no. The plot twist. You know, I forgot that Yasna would also be afflicted with the glitch on account of how that works. I guess that makes the 8-ball text a little bit less readable, but it's probably fine. Just pushing all the buttons, are we? I'm glad you enjoy all the funny buttons. I'm glad people still enjoy them. Now, Chet is like her own to completely continuing, or hold on.
Is chromatic aberration healthy for girls?
Better not tell you now.
To continue completely removing the fourth wall or any pretense that, you know, kayfabe or whatever. I think Ochette is on a entirely, I think she has her entire own scene to herself. Yeah, she does. There's an entire Ochette scene. If I had made that redeem later, she would have been lumped in with something else. And also, to continue talking about how everything is constructed, there is a scene called Calico Pet Text, which is what's originally entirely for, you know, the text that pops up when Calico gets pet, that you know and love. But now that scene is like 50 different things, and I can't change the name because it would break everything, probably. Where is it? There are a few things that get their own scenes still. Barry is still his own scene because he was earlier. Calico Pet Text also includes multiple mystery events and secret redeems, and the fortune telling is nested inside of here, and various other effects and so on. My OBS scenes are very silly, probably. The Calico Pet Text is not in the...
Hugh, shifted.
Well, okay. It's not in the, not in the group of things that is afflicted with glitching. Though I could add that, I suppose. I think the consulate was in Waters, maybe? Oh! Hello, Karma. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to, Final Fantasy XI. I was just completing up a story quest. I'm sure that many of you will not know why the background is a cube that's on fire, and I'm afflicted with chromatic aberration, but don't worry about it. Final Fantasy XI is going pretty well. I'm trying to remember where the Bastok consulate in Windurst is currently, because I don't know how to navigate this place. It must be in Walls, I guess. Is it in the port? Oh yeah, it's in the port, I think. I see it. But yeah, Final Fantasy XI's going pretty well. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're all doing well. We are in the process of just finishing up a story quest where we had the first instance fight in the game, which was a little bit underwhelming, maybe, but probably a little bit overpowered. Ah, yes, that's true. Consider getting your fortune told. Like that. Uh-oh.
Bowser's breath engulfs the future.
Speaking of an omen of impending death, watch out for Bowser. You know, the red star? What is that? Sounds like some sort of Mario hack, maybe? Is that what you were up to today? Oh. I was assuming it was a Mario related thing because it had Star and you related Bowser to it. It's a PS2 action game where you have Devil May Cry combos, but it's also kind of shmuppy. Huh. And where does Bowser come into the equation? I guess there was probably like a dragon or something. Well, hopefully that was fun. Hopefully you had a good time and didn't get on fire too much or whatever. Oh, one of those. So in a way, I was really close when I said it was a Mario hack. Because it did the Mario hack and fan game classic of we put bullet hell into Mario. They love doing that. Oh, you're not the person I meant to speak to here. The dang Ranka spam, that's true. They love doing it. The Shadow Lord? Wait a moment. I'll need you to rush back to the homeland. Oh yeah, the Shadow Lord got name dropped. That's like the main thing that just happened in the story. Not really the fact that there was an instance fight, I suppose. Overall, a pretty cool game, but it got really difficult in the later part. Makes sense. If they started throwing bullet hell you couldn't deal with in the engine at you. Here, you understand what you must do. Take this report to the president's office in Bastok. On your way. Please hurry to Bastok. Alright, alright. Do you think anyone has isolated the voice lines from the newest Mario Party yet? Surely they have. Because if they have, I could just add the voice line, "Here comes Bowser," after the Bowser's breath engulfs the future thing pops up. As a little extra bonus treat. Hello, Dragon Lord Carter. And yeah, this is the 2-3 mission. The wander around to various places. I had the ability to like teleport, but we took the long walkway and the real-time boat ride for the authentic experience. The "Here Comes Bowser" voice line is like the announcer in, I'm not sure if it's specific to the Bowser board or not, because I haven't played the game myself. But I've seen enough of it that I know that people think that line is funny. Okay, in this case, I will teleport back to Bastok instead of walking all the way. And we will go speak to the president. Ah, so you had to take the boat to get anywhere since you were in Windurst. I was wondering about that earlier. I was thinking about that out loud. Guides I've referenced have specifically mentioned that, like, Windurst people had to take the boat to go level up in the dunes. So, yeah. Wait, I'm not allowed to give this to the president? Can I talk to you about it? A document about this new trust initiative? Oh, you're gonna be a trust, I guess. Maybe? Who am I? I was told to give this directly to the president, and yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to give it to Najee. Okay. I'm supposed to give it to a guy near the president who sucks. Well, you've been to Sandoria and Windurst already? Let me escort you to the president's office.
So how was it? Did the orcs in Gelsba or the Guru and Gideus give you any trouble? Man, I envy you. I'm a Mithril Musketeer, but all they make me do is stand guard at that door. Captain Volker and Iron Eater get all the good missions, and Ayame always puts me down. I'm a Mithril Musketeer, the cream of the crop. Why do I have to do guard duty? It's just not fair. Then perhaps I should order you to sweep the from Palboro single-handedly. Mr. President. Go back to your post, Naji. That is an order. Report. What have you learned of Windurst and Sandoria? What do you report? Details of your trip, state of Sandoria and Kindurst, or Kindred. I guess the details of my trip? Oh, did you have a pleasant trip then? Do you mock me, adventurer? Tell me of the other nations now. I thought that encompassed everything. All right, fine. So they're still trapped in their foolish traditions. They're no better than the orcs they fight with. You have anything else to report? Windurst. Then it'd be foolish to expect any help from those cowards in fighting the Beastmen. You have anything else to report? You mean that someone is leading the Beastmen hordes, then? Lucius, speak with Volker about this, and then come back when you have a plan to deal with the situation. And do not forget to watch the Quadov. I've spared you all the time I can. Lucius, stay and see what sense you can make of this, and do spare me all the trivial details when you report to me. And then everything was back to normal. Now you can appreciate how full of science the background is. Tell me more of what you learned about the Beastmen, please. I see. It does seem like there's someone controlling their movements, but who could be powerful enough to unite those unruly hordes? Good work. We will probably ask you to undertake another important mission in a few days. The President, despite his harsh words, values you highly and will expect you to do well, as do I. Rank 3! I did it! Hooray! And that means, according to the guide, what it wants me to do now is unlock various things. Alright, fair enough. It's time to completely pivot what we're doing. Yeah, the gunshot noises. Did you call it like Shadow the Hedgehog before? Because it is very much that. Shadow Hedgehog would be a valid Galka or Rugadin name, I think. Probably. Might as well recruit Ayame over here. Oh, right! I mentioned the ninja storyline earlier and how the elder sister of the family went off to become a samurai. That's her right there. I didn't even think about how they were directly connected. Of course they are. They make such a big deal out of the trust system working, and yet you can also just summon random people so easily. It's weird whenever they emphasize it with like a cutscene and you get to see two of the same person sitting there. I love to hear the quest jingle so often though. Anyway,
So, according to a guide, what I now want to do is go... This guide section is called Starting Some Clocks. Meaning, I want to go unlock the Mog Garden, and I also want to go unlock Abyssia. Or Abyssi, perhaps. Abyssia sounds better. And the reasoning for this is that they work on real-time, so even if I don't care about them yet, they'll still be doing something in the background. At least Abyssia will. So let's see, I gotta go to... Rank 3 is why I can do this stuff. So I gotta go to... over here. The Mog Dinghy in Port Bastok. Oh, that's Port Bastok. That's very different from Juneau. Where is that? A11. I have to unlock a garden and the abyss, which are an interesting set of things to pair together, perhaps. So let's see how this goes. Is this what I'm after? Hey ho, Kupo! I'm the boatswain for this darn good dinghy, and it's my duty to divulge all the discursive details about Mog Gardens. Okay. How to get one? Well, it'd be wickedly wonderful to whisk away everyone to Mog Gardens. Only certified adventurers and pioneers are allowed entry to these excellent expanses of escape. Kupo. Certified adventurers are those who have applied themselves assiduously, attaining the 3rd mission rank in any nation. Okay. Or if you get to Adulin. What are Mog Gardens? Treasure troves of resources. Your Mog house away from home. Moogles and felines are the same thing. You know? That's true in a lot of cases, I think. Not always, because Moogles play different parts in different Final Fantasies. But also they are pretty close. I think you're right. The Green Thumb Moogle will handle the husbandry of this homestead. This particular Moogle loves alliteration. Alright. Move to a Mog Garden? Most definitely, or maybe not. So this is apparently a little instance zone where I can gather materials. And also you can go here from your house once you've given children flowers so that they tell you about back alleys, which I've done in every nation. In every main nation. This feels very Island Sanctuary, so I guess that maybe this is where they got that idea. We saw earlier what seemed like where they got the idea for ocean fishing. A GPS crystal. Each day that elapses in Earth time, you're served a star. Huh. Okay. One star on your GPS crystal has come aglow. Yeah, sure. What a video game. This is one of those video games that's like 5 video games, I think. Obtained walnut. Obtained death ball. Sorry. A large mushroom closely resembling a puffball. Okay. Sure. Alright. And what else is going on over here? There's a pond. I have to ask the Moogle about it. I don't feel like this is pressing business. Crabobble? There's just a tiny crab here. I'll figure this out on my own time, I think. But it was an interesting thing to see. And now Abyssia. Which is in Port Juno.
In extremely small Dark Souls voice, time for crab.
True. Very true. In this case, there's a cutscene that starts here if you go here at level 30, but I've already been here and I've delayed it, so I have to find the thing that lets me do it anyway. Mog Garden is where you can garden, mine, and raise pets that will increase your stats. Good to know. I knew that was a thing somewhere. And the Moogle can also sell and buy things. That's nice. It's good to know. Is the thing that lets me start the Abyssia storyline if I said to delay it in Lower Juno then? I think it shows up on the map. I thought it showed up on the map. I guess not. Okay, I found the coordinates of the Tales beginning thing. I think. It's probably this way somewhere. Or maybe not. The thing said, oh, there it is. It's just surrounded by people. So time to skip ahead in time a little bit again. Entirely for the purpose of Beginning an internal clock. I see. Is that good?
Ir, fil, cinq.
Something like that, I'm sure. Oi! Come on now, open your eyes. You alright, lass? Gave me a right fright crumpling to the ground without warning as you did. Eh? A pink flash of light in the sky, you say? Hey look, it's the bard we've been summoning forever. Took a knock on the old noggin when you fell, most like. No one from around here's seen anything of the sort. What are you called, if I might ask? Octavie. Octavie, eh? My name's Joachim. You're Joachim or something. And the fact you remember your own means your wits are intact, I'd say. Octavie? What you witnessed just now was no trick of the mind, but as real as a thing of the folk of this bustling port. You saw what you did because you've got potential, aye, that you do. But whether this potential has served you good or ill is not something I can say. Remember what I just told you, though. And if you ever start wanting answers, come and seek me out. Okay. Ah, the reverb, of course. Wimp low. And without a cloud of flies buzzing around them. That's not accurate. Well, if it isn't Octavie, I knew you'd come seeking answers sooner or later. So you'd be wanting to know about the strange flash of light you saw. I'm not one for beating around the bush, so I'll say it straight. What you witnessed was a phenomenon called noise. The irregular brushing of one dimension against another. Ordinary folk don't see such things, mind you. So I suppose that makes you extraordinary. My theory is that you got a natural attunement to the phasic alignment of our dimensions. That'd be the potential I spoke of when I found you sprawled on the ground. You look a bit out of sorts, and I don't blame you. The truth can be a bitter draught to swallow, I know. That might not be how you say that word in this particular case. I'd love nothing more than to say this is just some hearth tale, I would. We'd all be happier that way, to be sure. But what's an adventure if she turns her back to reality? Now, this isn't to say that I take you for the faithless type, but I've got a feeling that simple words won't do. Some things a woman just gotta see with her own two eyes. So I want you to have this. It's a traverser stone. If you truly got the potential I marked you for, that stone there will guide you on your way.
Take it with you and pay a visit to one of them cavernous maws. You know those ghastly things, aye? Mind you, the ones that are frozen like stiffs won't serve. Lathane Plateau, Conchtat Highlands, Tarongi Canyon, Yugner Forest, Velcrum Dunes, Uburimu Peninsula, Zarkabard, North Gustaberg, South Gustaberg. Every maws in these areas would have been freed from their inanimate state. What be the reason for this, though? Your coin's as good as mine. Now that you know where the answer awaits, the rest is in your hands. But I leave you with a word of warning. Seek the truth with frivolous intent and it'll cost ye your life. That's no idle threat, but simply the way it is. Never ye be forgetting my words. Okay. Grimskunk. I love player names in video games. Evidently, according to this guide, the fastest one to get to is Velcrum Dunes, because it's right next to the survival guide. I'm sure there's plenty of easy to access survival guides in cities, but this is the one I know about, so I'm going here to get there. I have to find out where that is. There it is. So, according to this, I have to enter Abyssia exactly one time in order to start a timer that I will want to be active later. I suppose that icon on the map there is probably the maw. Probably. Looks right. Yep, there it is. If you've been wondering what these are about, an unseen force is drawing you towards the maw. Exiting in 5 minutes. Those without visitant status will be ejected from the area in 5 minutes. To learn about this status, please consult a conflux surveyor. Now, I don't need to stick here, but I want to see what's going on at least.
Having come from a different plane of existence, your existential phase is unaligned to that of Abyssia. To overcome this problem, a Traverser Stone is required. Okay. Yeah, of course I have no map. I suppose you can get one. So, I guess I'm not really allowed to see what's going on here without spending a Traverser Stone. I'm going to also assume that this is not going to work out well for someone of my level, even though I was allowed in here. So, maybe it would, considering that this is the level it unlocks at, but maybe not. So we've got that. Hooray. So let's see, what do I want to do now? Yeah, I figured. I just didn't know if I should do that right now. Let's see. Well. So the thing is, like, even though I got a big raid from Karma, which I do appreciate very much, and I got a raid earlier too, which I also appreciate, I'm afraid that I think this is probably the end of the stream for today. I've been going for almost 6 hours, which is longer than usual for me, I suppose. And that's probably enough. Thank you for the raids, regardless. If you enjoyed, I would appreciate it if you stopped by again in the future. There's all sorts of funny buttons you can press, both in terms of channel points and, you know, all the follow, like, comment, subscribe things everyone always tells you to push. People that tell you to push those for a reason, I guess. Or you can, of course, also help out by spreading the word. Telling people that there's a lot of funny buttons you can push on my stream or whatever. Maybe tell them that I'm alright too. I don't know. Whatever you think, if you would like. But your viewership is also support that I'm thankful for. So thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XI. We've completed more of the nation missions. I will probably be doing a bunch of stuff off camera as usual. I mean, I say that as if I've streamed the game more than once or twice now, but whatever. And I'll definitely keep streaming more of this in the future, is what I'm trying to get to saying. Because I'm enjoying this game, and I think it'd be fun if I could document an entire story playthrough of this like I did with 14. And also it'd be funny if I could be like, I've streamed almost the entire story of both 11 and 14. That feels like an accomplishment. Or at least like a milestone or an event, if nothing else. Something to brag about. If I need something to brag about. I'm sort of rambling a bit, but anyway. The point is, thank you all for watching. I appreciate you all being here. I hope you have a good rest of your day or night, and I hope to see you again next time, whenever and whatever that may be. Future streams will include the rest of Bomberman 64: The Second Attack, more of this, and quite possibly, well, a number of other things. A little bit of Mario Kart World is in the cards soon. I'm thinking about Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber. There's a bunch of other stuff on the list too somewhere. And by somewhere, I mean on my computer. So yeah, if any of that sounds interesting, I hope you stick around.
and stay tuned for more. But until then, good night, everyone. I just hit the microphone. Good night, everyone.
Meow meow meow.